streams, both, I guess, kind of, come and join us on the fresh stream shortly. See you over there. Welcome everyone. We just kicked off a new stream. This is Shelby Farrell and you're watching Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2025 Mammoth 200 presented by Craft. I just hopped into the studio after I was able to sneak away for a little pacing adventure. So while I might have missed some of the things on the live stream, I definitely am stoked to have experienced the scene and the course and the weather. So let's talk about it. First off, the weather. So I was pacing June Mountain to Obsidian Dome, which is, let me give you the exact mileage on those. June Mountain is 171.7 miles into the race. Obsidian Dome's 183.21. So it's an 11.5 mile stretch. And while I was out there, I got a message from our producers that there was some red flag weather. We heard the thunder, but thankfully we didn't get hit with anything. We saw hail balls on the ground, had some sprinkles, but we were lucky. The Ultra Gods were on our side. We got to Obsidian Dome right when they lifted the red flag. So I guess we were chasing the storm. It wasn't chasing us. So that was cool. From what I could see at the aid station at Obsidian Dome, everything was fine. They were, still making burritos, handing out broth. And as the runner I was pacing, Sam Carthen, was heading out, Teddy Tonelli was just leaving right in front of him. So I'm thinking, based on sort of what I saw from being at the aid stations, maybe Teddy got snagged in that weather and had to sit in a car to wait it out a bit. Just, that's totally speculating, but just from the scene of the crime that we walked into, we missed the crime, thankfully. And Sam is back out there crushing it. He only has one crew member, which is insane, like one person total who's pacing and crewing. And so Sam's out there alone for this next stretch from Obsidian Dome to Inyo Crater, which is about 12.4 miles, while his solo crew pacer dude is getting him a burger, which is pretty much all he talked about anytime the conversation around food came up. So yay, Sam, absolutely crushing it. Sam works at Healdsburg Running Store in Healdsburg, California. I've been saying the name wrong earlier. I think I said Healdsburg a few times, so my bad there. But if you're looking for races, they put on races too, and you might have a Sam sighting if you're ever up there. So yeah, what did I miss? Tell me, chat. I've been out in the wild. What's been going on? We are currently looking at June Mountain aid station, which, as I just said, is where I was able to sneak away to pace. Katie Asmuth is the aid station captain over there. She's a local professional trail runner. She made Sam a crazy yummy burrito with both rice and potatoes and cheese and eggs. Actually, she made him two, and he took one in his pocket for our section, and like a good boy, Sam ate his whole burrito. Yeah, Sam is a savage. Shout out Sonoma County. Healdsburg Running Company, that's it. The whiniest running community out there, and that's wine with a W-I-N-E, because they're in wine country. Yeah, all he wanted was meat, K-Dub. At Rio del Lago, all he ate was steak out of a Ziploc bag. I wish I had some steak in a Ziploc bag for Sam. He really, really is craving red meat right now, but he's eating. He wants real food. His body's working the way it's supposed to be working, which is so cool to see this deep in a race. It's such an accomplishment. And yeah, he's going to keep cruising along to the finish. So as of right now, our top 5 finishers are in, and they are Jimmy Elam. We brought him in this morning. I was up at 3 a.m. getting ready to pop on and go Mammoth Mountain into the village. Rachel Entrekin was first female, second overall with just an outstanding performance, followed by Heather Ramirez. All outstanding performances. Heather was just steady and worked his way up through the field. Unreal. Max Jolliffe battled like Max does. What a fighter for third male, fourth overall. We love the king of Moab, Max Jolliffe. And then Amber Wable, fifth overall, second Lady Cat. I kind of fell in love with Amber watching her out there, not going to lie. Her kids were helping her. We had some live audio on her at an aid station. I believe it was Lee Vining, and she just got in there. She knew what she wanted. She was super sweet. It's so interesting to see these runners in this element running 214.6 miles. Really strips you to your core. And yeah, there's no faking it out there. Even if you can force a smile a little bit here and there, but at the end of the day, this is ultra running, and you gotta want it. You gotta believe in yourself. And these top 5 finishers certainly did. They had outstanding performances. So the next person we're expecting in is Xander Chase. He is maybe less than 4 miles from the finish. Let's see, that ping was at 4:35. So it's been 10 minutes since he's been, 3.7 miles from the finish-ish. It's getting there. We should have drone footage on him in about 20 minutes, so you can catch Xander. We'll get every epic step of his home stretch. What's the Kevin Goldberg update? I see his name in the chat. Oh, his mother said, I don't know if this might not actually be his mother. Kevin has to run and can't talk now. If you're new to this, Kevin Goldberg is just amazing. He's a podcaster, an ultra runner, loves the 200-mile distance. His wife is out there. Was their 11-year wedding anniversary. I don't remember on which day, maybe Friday, maybe Saturday. Pretty sure today's Sunday. And he likes to hop in to our live stream chat while running. So if you see Kevin Goldberg in the chat, yes, that is a real runner on course. He is so close to finishing. Looks like he's right around 207.5 miles with 6.9 miles to go. So there's a batch of people that are relatively close here. We're going to start to have finishers rolling through. It was such a treat to step away from the studio for a bit to get out to June Mountain Aid Station, run a little, check out Obsidian Dome. It's one thing sitting here watching everything on the screen, but being out there in the community, It's so special. It's so special. We saw Helen Payne come into June Mountain when I was there. Her crew was phenomenal. Caught a little interview with her mother and her father. We got the story on her hair, so maybe we can play that interview at some point. I mean, not unprofessional, but like literally just me filming her mom talking about her daughter. Just real deal stuff, guys. She looked so strong, had such a cool team. Met some amazing artists, two sweet little girls who have been making the most beautiful signs for these runners with lots of stickers and glitter. In general, I've just loved seeing the family-friendly involvement. Like kids with their parents and friends supporting their friends with their kids, and it's just a really wholesome scene out here at the Mammoth 200. I'm glad you enjoyed that pacer cam. I couldn't tell if it was shaky or not. I wasn't using a gimbal, and not gonna lie, my right arm did start to get tired, and I was way more shaky with my left arm, so I hope that footage was cool. It was beautiful where we were, just cruising down with these lake views. We had, okay, shoot, it was June Lake, and then there's a smaller lake right to the side of it that I'm gonna pull up my map just to make sure I give you the right name. Gull Lake. So yeah, you're rolling down this single track with views of June Lake and Gull Lake. And there's a little bit of road section along June Lake, which is where we were doing that pacer cam on Sam. Sam cam is what we should have called it. CR, you're right. After Xander, it could be a three-way battle. I think it's up to these runners. But I love a good battle at the end of a 200-mile race. We are back. I'm so sorry we had a little bit of an internet glitch there. Apologies. Thank you for hanging in there. Phew. Trust me, I was sitting in my seat sweating too. I'm Shelby Farrell, joining you for some of the final Sunday commentating hours of the Mammoth 200. I can't believe it's Sunday. I flew in Thursday afternoon from Vermont. Long day of travel. It was pretty epic, though, landing in the Eastern Sierra. I lived in Southern California for 5 years and had a Mammoth Mountain pass. Mammoth and June double. It was a good deal at the time, and it was pretty fun being at this aid station, June Mountain, earlier today. And the last time I was there, it was covered in snow and got to ski there. So I'm not going to say all the good things about June because I don't want to ruin it for the locals. But June Mountain rocks. Super cool. Don't go there though, but just has this community feeling. Ooh, who do we got drone footage of? Yeah, baby. As soon as I know who that runner is, I will let you know. We are looking at 210 Nick Bianchini. He is currently at 168.5, making his way into June Mountain. So he will be entering the aid station that you see on the left. Ooh, I just saw her grab the maple syrup. I bet she's going to whip up some waffles. This aid station had just a great selection of food. Oh boy, look at the summit of Mammoth Mountain. Holy moly, these clouds are dramatic and beautiful. The runners started the race on Friday at 8 a.m. by running up to this point. So that is 11,053 feet in the sky. And then they finished the race by running up to this point and back down it, getting 360-degree views of their entire journey. What a perspective. I mean, views assuming the clouds aren't boxing them in, but it looks like we got a little break here where you can see it. The big, beautiful loop you just ran. Unreal. The way those clouds are just kind of dancing off the top of it. Oh, wow. Look at that view. It's a much different scene than all of the runners saw on Friday, which was clear blue skies. And that's where we are. That's Mammoth Village. So I'm in a studio in one of those buildings kind of right in the middle of it all. And this is where the runners start and finish the race. If we look really closely, maybe we can see the arch. I see a mountain outpost tent. I don't see the arch. Oh, I did, yeah. The arch was like, I could see the craft flag right when they switched it over, and where those flags were is where the arch is that they run through and finish. And why the craft flags? Because this live stream is presented by Craft. Oh, yes. We have Xander coming through for his finish. Big smiles. I hear the cheering from the studio. Unreal. Xander Chase. 6th place overall. 4th male. What an incredible race Xander just did. Here he goes through the finish line. 214.6 miles done. We're seeing race director Hillary Yang greeted him, and now his whole team. Big hugs. And there he goes. Mammoth 200 buckle in hand. He has finished the inaugural Mammoth 200. Let's go, Xander Chase. It truly is a team sport out here. It doesn't matter if you're running this solo or you have a team of 5 or more people out here supporting you. Everyone's working together. Aid station volunteers, the race directors, to help get these runners 214.6 miles in a big, beautiful loop around Mammoth Lakes. You gotta love a good before and after picture. We see Xander's pacer on the left of the screen, race director Hillary Yang on the right of the screen, and Xander Chase, 6th place overall at the Mammoth 200. Getting that overview shot of the finish line. This is Mammoth Village. Start and finish of the Mammoth 200. I see some comments in the chat about Jeff being sneaky and polite and saying please and thank you and whatnot. And I did hear from 2 runners that were running side by side with Jeff that he was just like so nice and so fun to run with. We're talking about Jeff Pelletier, who is on his way in very soon. Looks like he has somewhere in the 4-mile mark left, Jeff Pelletier. But like I was saying, 2 runners, both Chrissy Harkleroad, she unfortunately had to drop from the race, but she came and told us about the 100K-ish that she ran. And she said that Jeff was like filming people and interviewing them while out there. And then I was running with Sam Carthen earlier today, and he was like, "Where's Jeff? I want to run with him again. He was so fun to run with." So it's neat to hear that runners are making friends on course. I'm very excited to see Jeff's video of this. So I actually know 2 of his videographers, Drew Darby and Derek Lytle. I've worked with them both before on video projects, and they're extremely talented at their craft. And it was really funny to be, sitting here in the studio looking at the screen, and I'd be like, we're not supposed to say, hey, that's this runner until we have official confirmation. We don't want to give you guys the wrong information. But I would see the cameraman and be like, oh, I definitely know that cameraman. Pretty sure that's Jeff Pelletier. So thank you. I knew I was saying it wrong. I didn't take French. My parents made me take Spanish, which also didn't play out well. So Pelletier. Did I get that right, Mike? Pelletier. Is it French? Yeah, Canadian. Help. I'm here alone, so I'm depending on you, chat. Talk to me. Yeah, Katie Cat, Kate. Drew is a legend. He has filmed a ton of Sally McRae videos. He helped with the Mammoth, which is her video that she did when she basically scouted this race. So Sally McRae, absolute legend in the sport, ran this route just for funsies. Hillary Yang paced her, crewed her. I mean, she ran it to check out the course so this race could become a race, which is, I think, phenomenal. Like, what a way to launch a race. Get someone like Sally to run it first and tell us all about it. I will say the tunnel that she coined the Lion's Den became the Disco Den. Hillary made sure to put some disco lights in there. Oh, BF. So Coldwater Rumble, I ran the 10-miler there. It's a race in Arizona. And then I still had more to run later in the day. So my friend and I went out with cowbells and were cheering people on course. And then we needed to get back. So we took like a shortcut. And as all aid station volunteers they're awesome. They helped us figure out a shortcut back to where we started from. So thank you, BF. Sounds like it was you. And my pacing stint was not totally planned. I'm kind of a queen of finding adventure. So I Knew Sam was out there. I didn't know that he only had one person crewing him. And he works at Healdsburg Running Company. And so I messaged him and Skip Brandt, the owner, and was like, hey, does Sam need help? And they're like, absolutely. So the ultra gods answered. I don't have a vehicle. It all kind of came down to if I could get there at the right time. And if you've ever crewed, paced an ultra, time is a really tricky thing to figure out. And it worked out. I was able to sneak out of the studio and run from June Mountain to Obsidian Dome. It was gorgeous. Lake views, big pines, all the things. And he was running great. My favorite was when I'd look back and he was actually eating his pocket burrito, which was made at this aid station that we're viewing, June Mountain. Katie Asmuth is a pro burrito maker. Unfortunately, aid station Sally could not join us today. It was part of the original plan, and we missed her dearly. I was so excited to hear about the course from her. But, you know, it's hard. We're up in Mammoth, and she's a busy lady. I know she would have loved to be here, though. Yeah, David Stone, snow up high, so even from just after this aid station, maybe a mile and a half out of it, there were huge balls of hail on the ground. We must have just missed it. I mean, I took a video of it because it was sort of trippy to see hail out of nowhere. So mountain weather is definitely a factor. Pelletier. Thank you, Hugh. I know we're learning how to pronounce names this weekend. Gosh, I feel bad for race directors who have to call the names of podium finishers, especially like when they do all of the age groups and they have to say like 50 names. Saying names is hard. Aid Station Molly, let me tell you about my espresso. I didn't end up getting an espresso at the aid station because I was too impatient. So I got an espresso in town at Black Velvet. It's a really delicious coffee shop right in the village. And it was a quad shot peppermint mocha. It made me feel so alive. I still feel it. Caffeine's a beautiful thing for runners, pacers, and commentators. Well, aid station Molly B, I might need to be up all night. TBD, but I have another friend out there that could use a pacer, so YOLO. I'm sure my coach will love seeing my training peaks and that I totally did not follow what was assigned. But that's okay. I love pacing people. If I could be a professional pacer, I would be. We will absolutely catch Roman and Jeff's finish. Our producers are watching them closely and setting up some new follow cams so we can bring you the best footage possible. Oh no, Ethan Herrera and Jonathan Kuplak getting pulverized with that storm. I can imagine. I feel insanely lucky that we missed it. I could hear the thunder too, and we just got lucky. Which is such a wild thing to think about, guys. Like, you're doing the same race and could have these little storm cells pop up and just blast like 4 runners out of the entire race, giving them a completely different experience in that section than the others. Even thinking about Cocodona 250 in 2025 this year, I ran it. We had crazy weather. It's Arizona. Nobody would expect weather like that in Arizona. We're talking heavy rain, mud, cold. And the lead pack did this Sedona section in the dark with rain, and apparently there were like little streams running down the rocks and it was super slippery. I thought when I made my spreadsheet, I was planning on being there at night, and I'm so grateful I wasn't, because that sounded totally icky, and then you can't see the beautiful red rocks. So I got it in the sunshine, and that's what happens. The field gets so spread out in a 200 plus mile race that weather in different areas can affect people differently. So it looks like we have about 474 people watching right now. How many of you have been here since the beginning? If you've been here since the beginning, what emoji should I make you give me? Give me like a number 1 emoji. I do recognize a few names from earlier, so I know a few of you. A hefty handful of you have been watching for a long time. Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be not quite realistic to watch all weekend. I'm sure you all had long runs of your own you needed to do. Glad you figured out how to join us in the chat, A. Taylor. Watching a live stream is a great thing to do while folding clothes. So if you haven't been watching since day 1, welcome. We are 57 hours, 28 minutes, and 42 seconds into the inaugural Mammoth 200. Ooh, here we go. Here's the drone shots you've been asking for. Look at that flowy California carpet. We are working on getting audio. This is Roman track. He's looking to be about a half a mile from the finish. These are typically mountain bike trails that you are not allowed to run on most of the year because running on mountain bike trails can be pretty dangerous. But they are now open for running, and these runners are getting to enjoy them. He's about to pop in the village any second now. We can see the buildings. You are looking at Roman Track's final footsteps of the inaugural Mammoth 200. Oh boy, and Roman Track has done some cool things. I'm creeping his ultra sign up right now. He's actually registered for Cocodona in 2026, so he must like these long distances, and he's clearly good at them. As he is coming in as 7th overall and 5th place male. But earlier this year, we saw Roman go 3rd overall, 3rd place, male, Fat Dog 120, 120 miler. Before that, he finished 10th at Canyons Endurance Runs by UTMB 100 miler in Auburn, California. And now he's about to finish the Mammoth 200. Roman Track, everyone. Let's cheer him on. Can confirm the mountain bike trails are buttery, and then look at this cool feature here. Shroop makes me want to do airplane arms. Yes, we have audio. Let's listen in.
$400 of memory. I know you don't appreciate it, but it's really nice. Listen, you're gonna sell this for a lot of money to the 7.
Those stairs are a little bit evil after all of that running, but he's just taking them like a champ. Coming into the final stretch, running through the village. I'm going to be able to hear the cheering from the studio. I hear them. He's got a crowd out there. Ah, Billy Yang, partner to Hillary Yang, the race director. Roman Tracks final steps. What a champ. Woo! Buckle in hand. Designed by Hillary Yang, the race director right there, who's consoling him. You want to love the race director because you just had the experience of a lifetime, but you also might hate them a little bit because you had the experience of a lifetime.
Lengthy and tall. It's like the Loch Ness Monster appearing out of the bog.
And you're just like running.
At 11,000 feet. And thank God I was on my way down.
You just booked it?
Yeah. Yeah. I just ran for my life.
Oh my God.
Oh my gosh.
Well,
Hell yeah. I made up every story I could to get down that mountain. Because we've seen what Jeff can do when he gets a chance to chase someone down at Moab. And I didn't want to be part of his collection. It was close. I'll always have that. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Oh my God, I'm so good for
Oh,
you.
oh,
Thanks for
man.
coming to do the
Yeah, thank you. It was a beautiful course. Oh, so nice. Can I get a photo?
Yeah.
absolutely.
Right here.
You hold that buckle up for me. Right here.
It's pretty.
Right here. Sweet. Now let's grab your after portrait.
Yeah. You got to get all the real
The real,
legs.
my bird.
You look great.
Thank you. What's up, Brody?
Go, man.
Thanks, Jason. Oh, man, dude. That was crazy. That was I'm so happy I'm done. What's up, dude?
What's up?
Jeff thought he had me. Yeah, I know. I just have to take a dirt nap. I took a dirt nap when he was right behind me. I just had to get some juice back. And when I woke up, I had a little bit of energy in me, but I was also cold. And so just that combination of adrenaline got me down the mountain.
Whenever you're ready, will you
Oh, thank you, Jason.
slowly?
Oh, I'm so happy Jeff thinks that. I'm so happy. He's so, he's so good at that.
Being
He's
sneaky.
so steady and methodical.
Hold that thing up nice and high. There it is. Okay, here we go. Just face now.
Where's the next rematch? You guys have won one now.
I know. For Cocodona,
Okay.
if he can sweet talk his way in. I will say that when I was running this race, I was wondering how could I get out of Cocodona and still get my money back. I was like, this is so dumb. I told Jeff I need to stop watching YouTube videos, especially his videos. I've gotten so much trouble just doing his adventures. Like I did the Tahoe Fast Pack. I ran Fat Dog with his video, and
You regret it every time.
you know what? Deep down inside, I'm really grateful for Jeff. Deep
But
down.
like really deep.
Yeah, you have to go looking for it. Oh my gosh, no sleep. I woke up at 1 o'clock that for race day. I know I just couldn't. Yeah.
When I saw you at 108, your eyes were bloodshot red, dude.
They were, dude. Remember? At your aid station.
You took your time. You like.
Yeah.
You reset over there well.
I did. Yeah, you had that soup, and you had the miso soup, and you had the hypervolt. As soon as I left the aid station, I'm like, why wasn't I using the hypervolt? That's such a good touch. Oh, thanks, guys. How far back are they? So I know.
A little less.
I did all that for nothing. All that running for nothing. Those are my fastest mile.
So that was Roman track. He just finished. Coming in 7th overall, and right now on the screen we have Jeff Pelletier making his way to the finish of the inaugural Mammoth 200. And we just heard Roman talking about Jeff, which is so cool. Jeff is very well known for his YouTube channel. He's making a video on his run. And everyone, not everyone, because I haven't talked to everyone, but 2 people, Chrissy Harkleroad and Sam Carthen, both had an opportunity to run with Jeff at some point in the race and just said he was an absolute joy to run with. So Jeff, I gotta go down the rabbit hole of your YouTube channel. He is absolutely cruising on these buttery mountain bike trails. How is he moving this fast? Great question. You know, adrenaline is a phenomenal thing. When you've been running for 57 hours, 41 minutes, and you can basically smell the finish line. I don't know, it just makes you snap into a different mode. Things you never thought you could do, all of a sudden you're doing them. That's ultra running. Yeah, Dana Track, kudos to the follow cam runner. I've seen it. These individuals filming runners, whether it's follow cam for a live stream or filming for a documentary, they are athletes. They are holding expensive camera gear and often navigating very technical terrain, running very fast. trying to keep up with our runners. It's not easy, but they make it look really, really, really easy. And we're so grateful for that, because the more media we have on trail running, well, the more we get to hang out on YouTube and watch it, and hopefully the more people get inspired to sign up for a race. Who here in the chat wants to sign up for Mammoth 200 next year? Draw me a woolly mammoth emoji. I don't see any woolly mammoth emojis, so either my chat's loading slow. None of you guys want to sign up? There they are. Thank you. Who's feeling inspired to run this? I am, for sure. I feared that would happen. Volunteering would be super fun. Katie, Cat, Kate. We saw these aid stations were just organized beautifully, whether they had a brand sponsor or a local member from the community spearheaded the aid station. They all had themed menus, and it was just like the community truly coming together to show these runners their backyard trails. So volunteering would be super rad. Races are always looking for volunteers, so we love it. There's a lot of ways to be involved in trail running. If you're good at making a PB&J, come hang out in aid station. We'd love to have you. Is it scary to run at night, and have there ever been animal encounters? So I did hear from Jameson, who is on course still. Jameson Henkel, we interviewed his crew, Andrew, when I escaped the studio earlier to hang out at June Mountain, and he said while he was out pacing, he heard a meow. And I said, that's not what mountain lions sound like. But he had a feeling that there was something out there, and 2 runners actually told me that they heard like rocks falling at various points, like an animal had moved through above them and knocked something down. So there are animals out there. There were actually 2 bears outside the studio this morning. But it's not scary. I didn't tell you that to scare you. It's about being aware and prepared. And for the most part, they're not going to bother you if you're not bothering them. What up, Jeff? Making the berm turn. You are looking at Jeff Pelletier, very well known for his YouTube channel. Go to subscribe to that, and while you're at it, subscribe to Mountain Outpost. He is about to hit the village and finish the Mammoth 200. And if you're wondering where Jeff Pelletier is finishing, he's 8th overall, 6th male. An incredible race by Jeff, and we will get to see it in his documentary. 2 of his film crew are out there, Drew Darby and Derek Lytle, both very, very, very talented dudes when it comes to creating exciting ultra content. Whoa, we are getting a whole scene here of individuals crushing this race. We got Jeff Pelletier in the top, Kevin Goldberg on the right side, who's not too far behind Jeff coming in, and then Matthew Shapiro the hero, very well known for his stunning photography in the space, but also a super talented runner. Word on the street is Jeff is running an 8:15 minute mile pace. Insanity. And if you're wondering where Matthew Shapiro is, he's on the bottom left of the screen. He's on his way to June Mountain, which is the aid station we were hanging out with earlier. He's probably about 3 miles from the aid station, enjoying that road section. Kevin Goldberg down there on the right-hand side, coming down from the summit. So he is less than 4 miles, I would guess, from us here in the village at the finish. Haven't seen him in the chat in a hot minute, so I have a feeling he's actually been focusing on his race. What? No, he's the pro of multitasking. It's pretty impressive when he's in here chatting us up and crushing miles at the same time. Yes, and Teresa Neff, Kevin's wife, Melanie White, is also out there. They're celebrating their 11-year wedding anniversary, and they're both being crewed by Chaos Crewing Company, which we're starting to see these crew organizations become a thing, and it's so amazing because not all of us have friends and family willing to dedicate days after days after days of hanging out in remote wilderness with us. So you can actually hire a crew agency to come help you out, and they'll handle all the logistics, and they're just like super pro at what they do. So shout out Chaos Crewing, who have been helping Kevin and Melanie along the way. Jeff Pelletier is absolutely flying. Woo! Little hops. Like, oh my gosh, stop. He's showing off. This is phenomenal. Yes. I've been waiting for somebody to do the berm turn. Yeah. He's just having the time of his life out there. I'm telling you, we see a lot of gross foot pictures in ultra running. We see a lot of puking, but at the end of the day, it's really fun. And Jeff is showing us that, and it checks out. Like I said, the individuals that I talked to that ran with him said he was just really, really fun to run with. They were like hoping they'd get to run with him more. And so so grateful for people like Jeff Pelletier who are sharing the love of the sport through content and just being a great steward of it, having fun on the trails. Absolute stud. Here we go. I hear them cheering in the studio. For a second I couldn't tell if it was the mic or the headphone in my ear, but they're loud out there, loud enough to hear it through walls in a conference room. We are witnessing Jeff Pelletier's final steps of the Mammoth 200, 8th overall, 6th male. Woo!
Oh, so proud of you. Okay.
Where's Roman?
He's right there. Called you a silly bugger and many other things. Many other things. Anytime. I'm not.
Before you guys went into the cloud cover, so I saw you just before that. I was with that right yesterday. Real hard, Jeff. Killed it, man. I'm not surprised. I mean, I was running for my life.
Yeah.
Running for my life to get there.
We were chasing you. Somebody's like, oh, he finished like a mile ago on the top.
I can't believe you have legs like that.
Hard race. No sleep, dude. No sleep. Yeah, I got like 5 dirt naps. Yeah. I took a dirt nap like an hour, like
I kept pulling and
because my legs were moving. Yeah. Worked out. Good job.
Thank you.
Thanks for trusting us with it.
You're so fast. Were you 60 hours?
What's my time?
what is your time?
Hang on.
Either 56 or 57. I can't
5
remember.
hours? What day is it? 57 hours, 55 minutes.
Oh, you just stuck in under 58, Jeff.
Okay.
You're not 57, 55.
Take it.
Hell of a run.
Don't you get packed
Nice job, Eric.
up? You get packed
Yeah, I'll
up?
take the tack off. Yeah.
You can
Yeah, give me your money.
Why do you?
Stop my watch here.
Yeah, you should probably do that.
Making the sheet.
Yeah, you gotta glue those two segments together, right, Jeff? Yeah, I gotta exactly. Yeah. You know it.
Hold that thing up nice and high for me.
Give me 1 second.
Here we go. Want to adjust your face here? What was your favorite section first?
It's all a blur at the moment.
Was there like
hell of a journey though? Yeah, I think the aid station.
Did you have a particular one?
You know what? The most beautiful section was the lake. What was the lake called?
Crowley?
Maybe Crowley. We went around the back side of it, and there was a beautiful convict.
Yeah,
It was a beautiful sunset.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Did you have like a particular moment?
My nights were rough.
In what way?
It was so sleepy. So I don't usually do dirt naps. I did a lot of dirt naps. There's 1 2 dirt naps. I'm a big fan of the dirt nap. I'm a convert. I gotta say, they work. You know what? Today was great. And I'm just so happy that I wasn't able to. It was a nice little run. I had fun. So actually, the other person, yeah, keep the rally. How do you like? Oh, well, I'm glad. I'm glad we're room to go. I'm glad he took 7. Passed me. What was it last night? Yeah. And you did the ballsy move of not getting paid off. Yeah. You know what? If this race was a couple longer, I would have had you.
Me neither.
I love getting longer races.
That's enough career.
This was long enough.
You could just keep extending ours every time you finish.
We'll get increasingly science car photos here. Here we go, right here. All right, let's get some more folks in.
Pretty sweaty.
Okay.
Great. Nice.
Definitely do.
It's in your career.
All right, Eric, show on.
Like half the people are out here.
We have a hell of a. I gotta say.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
You get through it.
Yeah, we'll get this. Yeah. Okay, cinematographers, get it.
Yeah, bring your tools. You gotta have a camera.
We got some. These guys got some beautiful footage. This course is this race is gonna sell out next year. And the weather.
Yeah. Nice. Jump in there?
Yeah.
Let's get in there.
Yeah. Which side do we go to? Look at Billy.
Wait, hang on one more. Yeah, right here, guys.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Okay.
I didn't do shit. I have like shit.
Bacon and eggs. That's all you need. Almost done the fish now. Finish slide after a month.
What's up? It's Shelby Farrell. I'm back from taking a little break eating mac and cheese and pulled pork, watching that insane finish from Jeff Pelletier. Unreal, 8th overall, 6 male. And right now on your screen we have Kevin Goldberg. Cruising down these buttery mountain bike trails. Hope he does a trick when he hits that berm turn. I better see some airplane arms. No pressure, Kevin. Like, zero pressure at all. Feel free to say no. But if you want to, the couch is open for you and there is a mic ready for you. So, the studio, you're going to run right by the studio. So, maybe hit the timing mat first and get your buckle. And then if you want to come sit on the couch and hang out and tell us about your race, you're always welcome to join. Looks like you have a lot of energy based on what we're watching on the drone right now. Definitely enough energy to lay on a couch and talk to us. Sorry, David, for making you hungry. Not gonna lie, that was really good mac and cheese with pulled pork. I needed it. Food is so important for commentating, pacing, and definitely for these runners. When I was out there pacing this afternoon, it made me so happy to look back and see Sam Carthen eating his pocket burrito, because I just knew that it was giving him the energy to finish this big, beautiful loop around Mammoth Lakes. You are watching Kevin Goldberg making his way to the finish of the Mammoth 200. He is no stranger to this distance. In fact, he loves it so much that he even has a podcast called Distance to Empty that he hosts with Peter Noyes, who also loves the distance of 200 plus miles. They particularly focus on races exceeding 200 miles. They do in-depth interviews with athletes, race organizers, and sports scientists. And the episodes shed light on the unique challenges and strategies involved in tackling these extreme distances. It is surely extreme running 214.6 miles. Absolutely no joke. So yeah, Kevin Goldberg, podcast host. He's interviewed, let's see, I don't think I can count how many episodes that Kevin's put out, but it's definitely enough that if you wanted to listen to it straight through, you could probably listen to Distance to Empty for an entire 200 plus mile race. And I imagine that he's learning a lot while he's interviewing these individuals. I'd be curious to hear from him if there's anything particular that he learned from a podcast interview that kind of is like unexpected and is something that he implemented during this race. He did put out a great interview on September 18th with the race director, Hillary Yang, and she gave a really nice in-depth course preview there. So if you're watching this and you're like, what is going on? It's the Mammoth 200 inaugural year. But you can get some really in-depth course intel from that podcast with Kevin Goldberg and Hillary Yang, race director. You know what? I like you guys so much, and I like Kevin so much that I'm going to drop the episode link to that Mammoth 200 deep dive course preview in the chat. Boom. There you have it. We just had our follow cam from Jeff Pelletier's finish come into the studio with so much stoke. It's really special being out in the village, on the field, like witnessing what these individuals are accomplishing. And so, yeah, shout out Calvin, who was on one of those cameras when Jeff Pelletier came in, just having a ball, soaking in the vibes. They are high here in Mammoth Lake. And I realized I said Mammoth Lake, that there's multiple lakes. It's Mammoth Lakes. Sorry. We saw them all in the live stream. There's a lot more than one lake. Per a little Google, Mammoth Lakes has at least 112 lakes, with 5 located within the town itself, which are Twin Lakes, Lake Mary, Lake Mammy, Lake George, and Horseshoe Lake, and over 100 others in the surrounding area. That's a lot of lakes. I agree, Rusty. The way all this technology comes together is wild. I am looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there are at least 6 monitors in this room, plus my own laptop that's up in front of me. And the dudes behind them are actually like a lot younger than me and are just really impressive. Like I've had some really cool conversations with these guys this weekend, you know, just coming out of high school, fresh out of college, changing careers from the corporate world, like all the stories, and they're equally stoked to be here. One of our producers even said that he's not much of a trail runner, but because he helps put on these live streams, he's been running a lot more. So really shout out to the Mountain Outpost team who makes these happen. The drone pilots. What? These shots have been outrageous. It looks like we have Anthony Ticehurst on the screen. Let me look up Anthony. I haven't seen Anthony yet this race. He's a new face, although I can't see his face, but Anthony is heading into June Mountain. So yeah, we've seen this section a few times. They pop out on the trails near this campground and then come down the road to the June Mountain aid station, which is actually set up at the ski resort. I've skied there a few times. It's amazing. We were at Mammoth and the power went out and we were like, we should go to June. And then we realized we should have been at June the whole time. Nobody was there. I'm from the East Coast originally, Connecticut, but went to college in Vermont and stayed in Vermont for a while. And I would say if you're an East Coaster in the chat and like to ski, June reminds me a lot of Bolton Valley. It just has that charm, that family, small, ski town charm. Jim Lynch, yeah, Mammoth Mountain's spectacular. It was the first mountain I skied on the West Coast, and my mind was blown. You guys have a lot less trees. Or actually, there's a ton of trees here. They're just more spaced out than in Vermont. Makes it a little easier to ski between them, which is so fun. That's what got me sort of into trail running. I was a skier before I ran trails. And then I realized that trail running through the trees is a lot like skiing through the trees. Yeah, David Stone agreed. Like very laid back, local feels. So the section that Anthony Ticehurst is going to do once he gets to the aid station in about less than 3.5 miles is awesome. I got to do it earlier today. It's 11.5 miles with 2,800 feet of gain and 2,000 feet of descending. And you start with a nice hefty climb. For about 2 miles and 1,300 feet, you climb up to the mid-mountain area of June, and then you join June Lake Loop for a beautiful and rocky 2-mile drop. And that was so fun. We were just looking at the lake the entire time we were descending. There's a water drop there, which was clutch, so the runners didn't have to slog all their water for the entire section up that climb. Very, 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 very convenient. And then you're on a short road section before re-entering the forest for 6 miles. It's super gentle. There's still some climbing, but it's a 1,000 feet climb, but it doesn't feel crazy. It feels flowy, and you're on these Forest Service roads. So not super technical, sandy. We've heard a lot about the sand from runners and their crew and anyone we've had the chance to talk to. Sand can be taxing. And this course does have what Katie Asmuth taught us is called California kitty litter. I have 2 cats at home, and I think they'd approve of it. This shoulder was small in some sections. So yeah, he gets to June Mountain, and then I was just telling you about what's after that aid station, and there's that road section, and I was filming Sam Carthen during it and having to be careful when getting the side profile of him in the lake to, you know, make sure I didn't get hit by a car. But that was me because I was, you know, that was all on me. I was the girl with the camera running in the middle of a road. All for you guys, though. I wanted you to see the view. It was all for you. So far, we have had 8 incredible runners finish the Mammoth 200. The last one being Jeff Pelletier. He put on a show for us. Highly suggest rewinding to just seeing how insane his finish was, dropping 8:15 mile pace on that cruisy mountain bike track. And the next finish we're expecting is the man, the myth, the legend, Kevin Goldberg. So we're watching Anthony Ticehurst. He is 43 years old, according to his Ultra Sign Up profile, with 22 races under his belt. Most recently, the San Diego 100, which he finished in a time of 30 hours, 21 minutes, 53 seconds. That's a strong 100-miler finish time. But what's even cooler is in April, he did the Beyond Limits Ultra, which is a 48-hour event, and finished 3rd overall, 2nd place, male. And in 48 hours, he did 132 miles, which is really impressive. Now, for those of you who are new to the trail and ultra running world, there are a lot of different types of race formats. So I was just talking about a 48-hour event. There's 24-hour events, 12-hour events, 6 hours. And essentially, we call these fixed time races. So you have a certain amount of time to run as many miles as you can in that distance. They're often loops, somewhere between 1 and 4 miles, sometimes longer, which is kind of nice, gives you a little bit more variety. He seems to like the fixed time events. He's done a few. Anthony Ticehurst, that is. So I just told you a bit about fixed time races. The Mammoth 200 is what we think of as a traditional format. It's a set course, start in Mammoth Lakes, loop the caldera, and finish back where you began, which is right here in the village where I'm at Mammoth Mountain. And really the distance and terrain define the challenge. And then as I was creeping Anthony Ticehurst's ultra sign up, I saw he ran a few fixed time events. So instead of distance, runners have a set number of hours. Sometimes these even take place on a track. And those track events can qualify you for the US 24-hour team, which is something I had no idea about when I got into running. And then I witnessed a live stream of one of the championship races for the 24-hour event, and it kind of made me want to run on a track for 24 hours. I haven't done it yet, but it's weirdly tempting. I hate that I said that. Then you've got stage races, and these are multi-day adventures broken into daily chunks. So if you're into cycling, maybe you could compare it to like a Tour de France, but each day has its own stage and you rest or camp before the next one. And a lot of the races with those camp areas, when you register, you're also paying for a crew to either like move and set up your camp places or like renting tents. Like if you're like, I don't have a tent and a cot, a lot of these stage races, you have the opportunity to get one from the race organization. So that's helpful. And there's usually a lot of camaraderie around the stage race format because you're hanging out in this one spot together like over a couple of days. Can be like, and I say one spot, it depends on the race. Sometimes it's doing like different routes from one coordinate, but then other times it's more like a traveling circus where you run a distance and then you stop at a cool campground and camp, and then you run another distance and you arrive and your stuff's there. So really cool format. I've never done a stage race. I'm really, really curious. Trans Rockies races are good ones to check out if you're interested in a stage race. There's also the Ragged 75 in New Hampshire, put on by 603 Endurance. And then there's also last person standing events. These can also be referred to as a backyard ultra. Runners line up every hour on the hour for a 4.167, very specific, mile loop. If you don't finish in time, you're out, and the race only ends when there's one runner left. And okay, yeah, I thought so. There was a new backyard record set recently. A man in Australia, Phil Gore, ran for 119 hours, completing 495.87 miles. Crazy. 119 hours of running, covering 495.87 miles in that backyard format. And then lastly, there's vertical races like VKs, short, sharp climbs with a full kilometer of vertical packed into just a few miles. It's a totally different vibe and part of the mountain running family. If you're interested in mountain running races, the weekend before the Mammoth Trailfest was held. Mammoth Trailfest is 3 days of racing. Their Dragon's Back ascent is similar to a VK. It's 3 miles with 2,400 feet of climbing. Then they also have the 50K, 32 miles. Woolly's 1K for the kiddos, Mammoth 26K, and a 10K at night. So that is my little educational session on the different types of race formats. Look at the deer crossing in front of Anthony. Nature sighting. Question in the chat about Xander Chase. Xander Chase, as far as we know, didn't get hurt. We watched him finish not too long ago. He came in 6th overall. And scroll back and find his finish. He looked really good. He looked good. This might be who you've all been waiting for. Mad kudos to these drone pilots. I mean, trying to spot a runner on this cool, flowy mountain bike trail from the sky. It's impressive. I feel like I'm playing Where's Waldo. Does anyone see him? Whoever sees him first, shout it out. He probably is hiding behind a tree. Oh, Jason, yes. There are several runners who ran last weekend's races and are also running this. I was told and didn't write it down, so let me get that number for you. But if you check out the chronicles, they are short video recaps. I know that in one of the chronicles, one of those runners gets interviewed, and yeah, he's done. And once he finishes Mammoth, he'll have done the 5 races. Oh yeah, that's Cole Crosby bringing in Kevin Goldberg. He didn't do a fancy trick on the berm. Come on, Kevin, do a trick. It's kind of fun that I was just telling you all about the different race formats. So Kevin's pacer right now, Cole Crosby, actually made the U.S. 24-hour team this year at Across the Years. He ran 152 miles in 24 hours. So that's insane. And Across the Years takes place in a sports complex. So it's not like a smooth loop. There's a lot of twists and turns. And Cole Crosby, that pacer in front, just was really determined to make the U.S. 24-hour team and put on a show for us, just like Kevin Goldberg is doing right now. But it is really cool to see, these familiar faces in the sport supporting one another in their goals. That's what it's all about. I'm actually in a group text with Kevin's crew, so I am going to poke them and see if they can tell us anything cool. Kevin has not slept. Unreal. I wonder how much caffeine he's had. Apparently he was a zombie at Minaret. And while he hasn't slept once, he's had an incredible attitude the whole time, which doesn't surprise me. And as far as his caffeine of choice, Alani energy drinks. I wonder if he had any of the Alani Witch's Brew energy drink. It's almost October, officially spooky season. Oh, this is a fun one. His favorite food has been dipping pizza in mashed potatoes. That sounds pretty delicious, actually. And lots of chocolate milk. Yum. Other than being a zombie, this sounds like a lot of fun. Slamming Alani's, dipping pizza in mashed potatoes, and chugging chocolate milk. I mean, doesn't that make you want to sign up for a 200 miler? It's all about eating. And I imagine it is those things that have helped him stay positive and have an incredible attitude the whole time. Word from Brittany Cother, one of his amazing chaos crewing company crew members, said that Kevin and Mel have been very pleasant to crew, honestly. That's great to hear. Because I'm guilty. I've been a little sassy when I get sleepy. Not Kevin Goldberg. That's why he's the people's champ. Look at that ultra shuffle right there. I think he's giving us heart hands. One time I was sitting on a couch with Kevin Goldberg calling finishers at Cocodona 250, and somebody I think was giving me heart hands, and it is kind of hard to see what they're doing. And I was like, I don't know what's happening. I think you're throwing up gang symbols. But that was definitely heart hands. I wonder why he keeps checking his watch. It's like, come on, Kevin. You're almost there. You know it. Oh. Look at that sunset. Yeah, Kevin, you're cruising to get here faster. Brittany's got to go pace your wife. Oh, and we have audio. Let's listen in. Oh, this audio is from the finish. Fake out. It sounds like Kevin has a crowd waiting for him in the village. His goal was to break 60 hours, and it's 58:43 elapsed time, so unless he lays down right now, he's got it in the bag. For those of you just tuning in, I'm Shelby Farrell. You are watching the Mammoth 200. Kevin Goldberg is about to finish. He will be 9th overall and the 7th male to cross the finish line. Here's that berm turn. What's he going to do? What's he going to do? Okay. Oh, we're doing little swirlies, little squiggles on it. That was something. Chat, what would you give Kevin for that trick? I think that was like a 4. Okay, I'm being harsh. It was pretty good. I'm gonna give him an 8.2. I was just like really hoping for a somersault or something cool, but what he did was pretty cool. Especially for someone who ran 214.6 miles. You're right, Michael. You're right. You're right, running on sunshine. I'm being a bully. It's a 10 out of 10. audio you are hearing is from the finish line, which Kevin Goldberg's about to hit. He is on the bridge making his way into the village. I'm sure I'm going to hear the cheering from outside the studio any second now. Whew, no sleep, guys, no sleep. So many of these runners have been finishing this race without sleeping. I hear the cheering. You can see the individuals outside enjoying their meals cheering. We can hear the cheering now on the stream. Oh, Kevin, what a goober. He's not at the finish line yet. Don't be tempted by the chair. Such a strong finish by Kevin Goldberg. No, Kevin, not the chair. It's evil to even have cushions on those chairs. How dare they? Maybe we can get him on the couch. It's pretty comfy. Kevin Goldberg in the top 10, finishing 9th overall, 7th male. Wall in the chat for so long. Clap your hands, baby. Woo! He did it.
My time. Congrats, man. Congrats. Awesome.
All right, going to get your way. Love you.
I love you later.
Bye.
And that was Britt, who is sending me text. Ashley, they're with Chaos Crewing.
Good job.
Now they're zipping off to crew his wife.
I gotta go too. Great job.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Kev.
If I get my favorite photographer, what a fucking treat. That's what I meant. I'm sorry to sleep deprived. Forgive me.
Math.
I'll sleep next time.
Yeah.
Didn't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sub 60 though?
Yeah, I did a lot. That's what I really wanted to do.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
It's a hell of a run.
Yeah.
Top
Thanks, guys.
10. Awesome race.
Was it top 10?
Yeah, your top 10.
Yeah.
8? Yeah, you got 9 overall.
And overall, it's the 7th male. Yeah.
Also, I finished right behind Max Smith. I've never had a so I'm pretty happy about that.
Like
Let's,
that.
Yeah.
let's go take a drink.
Kevin, I'm so proud.
9th overall. What an accomplishment. 7th dude with his wife, Melanie White, still running. Yesterday was their 11-year wedding anniversary. And we saw his crew peace out to go catch her at an aid station. What a team. What a team.
Oh, man.
All right, so how was it, Kevin?
So good.
See, I told you it felt good to be done.
Yeah. 1 second. Here we go.
Head to the Mountain Outpost Instagram and look at Kevin Goldberg's bib pickup photo. It will make you laugh.
Sweet.
I would ask you if you want a crew, but you're entire.
Yeah, they're like I'm telling you.
Well, they got a crew. They
Yeah. So, how's inaugural year so far?
Freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Too bad you didn't get any fast people to show up.
Yeah, I know, right? 44 hours. Seriously.
Are you okay?
Yes.
That was quite a spill.
Oh yeah.
Did you see the? I made the hamburger.
I saw that you did. I didn't look at it yet.
No.
Yeah.
And I have a very funny video of me falling over.
I can't wait. I was like, do I stop?
No. I told you to keep it, but I actually kept the film.
Yeah, and you kept the camera like you did.
I grabbed it. I
Commitment to keep the camera safe was unbelievable. It's all because he was talking to us here for the next one, right? I'm just gonna sit here.
You can sit there as long as you need. Yeah, you could sleep on that tree. You could.
You probably can.
Yeah.
You might fall off. But
I might push him. Lay down at the summit for a second, close my eyes.
Yeah.
I'm taking like
I mean, that was a rocky area.
How did it measure up to sort of what you thought going into it? What we talked about?
Yeah, it was. I mean, I loved it. Like, I
I just wanted to know if you wanted to get closer.
Yeah, no, I thought it was like, for like, honestly, like, if I ran it and didn't know it was an year, I wouldn't know it was an
The course was marked really well, by the way.
I heard plenty of course markings. I've been 12. I don't think I've ever seen a better mark. Seriously.
Agreed.
We were thinking about that, and the people that had issues are people that are used to shorter
There are
races.
people, the people who were saying it were people that was like, well, this is your first 100? And I was like, oh, yeah.
It's
Oh,
a
but,
different thing. You're supposed to navigate.
Yeah, I didn't see much of the. I thought the same thing.
yeah, it
Like
was
what I
so,
saw
like,
was
so well. It was, I didn't use navigation.
Sweet.
Um,
Well, I'll pass that on to our first one. This is
Yeah.
what we're going for. We're not really about people that are like.
No, it was really good. The course was great. I mean, it's beautiful. Like, the Sierra is really pretty. I love it out here.
How's the Glass Mountains? Like, that's just,
Awesome.
yeah.
Loved it. The sand wasn't as bad as people I up so it wasn't too bad. That was nice. Pleasant surprise.
Pre-race spring.
Yeah. Yeah. The more real. Like,
We actually sent
especially like,
some out to the mountain race for like,
yeah. But honestly, like, now I can't think of a single critique.
What was
And
what
that's
was your
not really good. Not bad.
No. It's just a little
Yeah.
easy.
what was your favorite part of the course? It was like their standout section.
Underfoot Lake was really pretty, obviously. One 2-mile climb up where we did the burger. Yeah, what was that aid station?
No. What?
Where were you standing when we did the burger thing? What was that area called? Freedom.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone loves Big Mountain.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Was there like a particular moment for you?
I'm thinking what?
A moment?
Yeah, like the mile 5.
That is the classic answer.
So the climb up the mountain is really good.
Yeah,
Pretty much once I decided to leave the audience.
All downhill.
It was like, I don't know, I was just like, super bloated. I remember excited.
Yeah.
That was my night. Like, really good days and really rough nights.
Is that normal for you, or is that just
No, it's pretty normal for me. I would after the practice races, like I don't usually push through and like hit the goal for
Yeah.
I was able to do it.
Yeah. Sub 6 even with the 214 miles.
217 on my watch.
217. Yeah.
Sub 6. I got it. You always.
Yeah. It's around there.
it's not 20 miles short of
I'm not there by myself. He's there putting my arms back and forth.
that I believe it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was awesome. Well done. Congratulations. I will be back in team capacity for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, they want us to hang out on the couch.
Right now,
What does that
I can
mean?
barely remember my name. They want us to go to the.
No, but that'd be
Where is
funny.
that?
All right. I'll go
Oh, it's just down the village, right by the stairs you came down.
Is it where
I'll
we
walk
get
you.
the?
I'll walk you. Yeah, I got you.
All right. Awesome job, Hillary. Thank you.
Yeah, Hillary, great job. Sorry when you came up with one of these things. I was like, hi, I want to meet you.
I might need to go outside and find them. They don't know where the couch is. I bet one of these guys can tell them, although it'd be pretty hilarious to take a live cam out into the village right now.
They went off on the trip. And I was like, oh, I'll just use the road.
Yeah, we got someone helping guide them into the studio. This is going to be unreal. Just a reminder, Kevin has not slept in 58 hours and 50 some minutes.
Yeah,
So if he forgets his name, that's okay. We're not going to judge him. So I'm pretty sure Kevin Goldberg is on his way to the studio. So I'm going to cut my mic for a minute so he can get in here and get comfortable on the couch. Maybe we can get him some snacks. And then we will be right back. I hear a dog barking and some laughter. So I think he's on his way. We'll be right back with Kevin Goldberg on the couch, fresh after he finished the inaugural Mammoth 200. I'm so stoked. See you soon. Redo, mics weren't on. What's up? Shelby Farrell in the house. I am here with somebody you've been chatting with this entire race. He's been in the chat. He literally just finished. I mean, if you've been here with us, you watched him cross the finish line moments ago. Maybe, how many minutes ago was it? 5 minutes ago? Kevin Goldberg.
Thanks for having me, I think. Kind of wanted to go to sleep and shower, but here we are.
Here we are, peer
No,
pressure.
but seriously, thank you so much. I mean, you guys all killed it with the broadcasting and everyone in the chat. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I'm just so thankful. And it helps more than people know. And I didn't sleep at all this race, and that led to some crazy things. And yeah, it was just nice to have some company out there.
Oh man, I want to hear more about the crazy things, but in case you're just tuning in, Kevin Goldberg, 9th overall, 7th male. How many 200s have you ran?
This is 12.
12?
Yeah.
What was your favorite one?
This one, of course.
Really?
It's hard. It's hard not to pick Tour de France.
Oh, yeah.
Over in the Italian Alps.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. But this is probably a pretty close second.
It's a pretty close second. You know, I've done the JMT a couple of times. The Sierra is a special place to me, and yeah, it was awesome. And my wife is out there running it right now.
Melanie White, we've been talking about her.
Awesome.
11-year anniversary.
11-year anniversary yesterday. So that was really special. We got to spend some time on the phone together out there. You know, every once in a while I'd have to tell her I had to go to get back in the live stream chat, but it was really special, and she's crushing it too. And yeah.
Did you have like a planned anniversary, like time to call each other to celebrate, or just happen organically?
We didn't, but I called her at midnight, like Friday turning into Saturday, and she answered with like a loud happy anniversary. So like it seems she was ready at midnight too, but we didn't discuss it or plan it. But yeah, we connected at midnight, and then we've been chatting throughout the whole race. And my plan is I don't actually know what mile she's at, but I'll figure that out, shower, maybe sleep for a couple hours, and then go see her on the course.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's exciting. You said some weird things happened. Can you elaborate on that?
I mean, this is like, you know, doing 12 200s, like, so I've been awake for coming up on 65 hours, and that's just new territory for me. Like, it's really, like, I really struggle with sleeping in these events, so I was like, I'm not going to plan to sleep and see what happens, and here we are. So it's like, I've kind of never felt as, like, I don't know, slap happy as I am right now, but better than slap sad.
It seemed like it worked for you. Is this the fastest you've covered this distance?
Fastest I've covered the distance, fastest overall pace, like
wow.
If you like extrapolate it to like a 250 or whatever, something else.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was really good. I'm happy with how it went. I probably would try to figure out sleep in a different way next time. Again, I'm just like, I don't know. It was crazy.
It's one of the hardest things to figure out.
Yeah.
I think first nutrition is, and then as you get into these long things, it's like a whole nother layer, sleep, and everybody's different. So I just looked up Melanie. You want to know where she is?
Hell yeah.
At 6:56 p.m., she was about 13.3 miles away from Inyo Crater.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Which is mile
180. I have so many tabs open on my browser. Inyo Crater is mile 195.61.
Oh man,
so she's getting there.
Yeah,
man.
she is.
She was on your tail.
I might not. Maybe I won't get to see her. She's gonna be heading up. Yeah.
Yeah. So from Inyo Crater, runners go 6.35 miles to Minaret Vista, and then 5.7 to the summit. How was that?
Well, karma takes all my friends to the summit. Isn't that how the Taylor Swift quote goes? Anyway, it was crazy. There was a huge cloud up there. It was cold. It was probably in the 30s, really windy, and really hard. Like the climb up that mountain didn't feel hard, like at mile 9, going up it on day 1. It felt really hard going back up there. That felt, I think Hillary knocked it out of the park, but that felt mean.
Yeah. If you had the power, would you take that last climb out, or would you keep it in? I mean,
as much as I'd like to say yes, because then I wouldn't have to have just done it. No, keep it in.
Yeah.
It's like, I think it's cool. Like it's cool to know when you're up there at, mile 9 and have this huge daunting thing in front of you. It's cool to know like that you have to go back there before you wrap it up.
Yeah, it gives you something to kind of look forward to, right?
Yeah.
Look forward to and dread at the same time, but that's a good feeling to have when you're doing something like this. How would you compare it to the climb up Eldon in Cocodona 250?
Oh, definitely harder.
Oh yeah.
Longer. I mean, not as steep, like not as big step steep, but I don't know. Eldon is like, what is it, 2 miles? Like it's just not. It's over quicker. It felt like it took a lot longer to climb up there. I'd say this is harder than Eldon.
Cool.
And, like the loose rock up there is like, especially the second time when your feet hurt and like you're just not as like stable. yeah, it was challenging.
Yeah, we heard a lot about the sand on the course.
Yes.
What were your thoughts on the sand?
I mean, it wasn't that bad from a, like, I didn't, like, I don't feel like it really slowed me down. It obviously slowed, like, Jimmy and Rachel down a lot. But it didn't slow me down. But it definitely made like your feet, like, just oochie the whole time.
Oochie. You
Yeah.
say oochie? Yeah.
Yeah, I feel really weird. Like, I hope I'm, like, not being, like, a crazy person.
No, you're
All right.
amazing.
Yeah, great.
I felt really weird the entire time I've been sitting here. I think it's just how you feel when
Okay.
you're in front of 3 cameras and a bunch of people on YouTube. So, yeah, you're wonderful.
Thank you so much.
What was your favorite part of the course?
Favorite part of the course was I just relearned the name of it. Was it Crater or something?
Yes. Yes, it is the Crater Mountain section, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah,
Like that
right
2-mile
before
climb.
Lee Vining.
Yep. That
Yeah.
2-mile climb out of the aid station before Lee Vining was really cool.
Mm,
And Convict Lake is really, really pretty.
yeah.
But it's like, I definitely choose a place that you can't, like, drive up to.
Ooh, that's an interesting,
Yeah.
thought process there.
Yeah.
I
That's
like
why
that.
That's why Pikes Peak doesn't count as a hike. I'm just kidding. If anyone hikes Pikes Peak,
I did it
great
for the
job.
first time before I left Colorado Springs, and it was, it was fun. I was actually with Corinne Shalvoy. That's the last time I saw Corinne Shalvoy
Yeah.
was Pikes Peak, and I was kind of dead still after Cocodona,
Yeah.
and it took us a little while to get up there. 14ers are no joke.
Yeah.
Shout out Killian Jornet, who's
Oh my
out there
gosh.
just smashing them.
Yeah.
And we got to the summit. Instead of running back down, we bummed a ride. So
Yeah.
it is convenient that
Yeah.
there's a road there for that. But
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
But I learned when I was listening to you guys this weekend that you moved to Vermont, which I love Vermont. I grew up skiing in Vermont. My family had a
way.
place at Killington. Where in Vermont are you?
What? Get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm in Morrisville, Vermont, which is right outside of Stowe.
Okay.
And
Ben &
yeah.
Jerry's factory.
Yeah, Ben & Jerry's and Waterbury. Like,
Yeah. I ran
we
the
got-
Waterbury half one year.
No way. I
Yeah.
did the Waterbury Leaf Peepers.
Wait, maybe that's
half.
what I did. It was in
Oh
the
my
fall.
gosh. It was one of my first.
What
I was
ye-
just getting into running.
What year? I don't know what
It's
year.
not
I
an
did
ultra
it.
sign up because it's a road race technically.
I
So
want to say it was like 2013 for me or 2011.
it was probably very close
Wouldn't that
to
be?
that.
We should look at results.
We should find that.
Yeah.
My first marathon was 2013, so it's probably like 13 or 14 or
Yeah.
15.
I mean, this is the content people want, is if we ran a half marathon together in Vermont in like 2013.
That'd be insane.
Yeah.
Wait, this is so cool. So yeah, I'm from Connecticut originally, and
Yeah.
then went to college in Vermont and stayed. Met my husband at Stowe. I was
Love it.
teaching skiing. He
Yeah.
was mountain ops, and then yeah, just stayed. And then we pieced out for the last 7 years,
Yeah.
which is when I crossed paths with you. I got into
Yeah.
ultra running in that time period.
Life-changing experience.
Yeah, and then
Meeting me, not ultra running.
yeah, totally. Well, I mean, yeah, it all is the same, really.
Timberholm Inn in Stowe. We used to stay there all the time. I don't know if you know it.
It rings a bell, but I
Yeah.
don't know all the.
I guess if you were
Well,
living in, like, you would
I
be
live
staying,
there, so
staying
I
in
haven't
inns, yeah.
researched the cool
Yeah.
places to
Yeah.
stay. But
Well,
that's
congrats on
wild,
going back to
dude.
Vermont. It's awesome there.
Yeah, come visit.
Yeah, I want to get back. I want to do. That's New Hampshire is Prezi Traverse, but there's Mount Mansfield. There's Long Trail.
Yeah. So I
Yeah.
had a bit of a long trail obsession.
Yeah.
That it's still there.
Yeah.
There's an itch that will be scratched one day.
Sweet.
It's a gnarly trail though.
Yeah.
You should go do the long trail, man.
No, I don't do. I left the East Coast to get away from those trails.
I was afraid that I didn't like trail running because I did my
Right.
first trail running in Vermont
And
and
you're
rolled
like,
my
"This is
ankle
miserable."
immediately. Like, oh, okay. And
Yeah.
then I moved to Southern California and it felt like a beach day on the trails on these
Yeah.
sunny fire roads, and I fell in love with it. So there's that. And learned the technicality, and like you slowly train your body to be able to do it, and it's very satisfying.
Yeah.
Speaking of exposed areas, did you feel the effects of the sun at all out there? We saw some
I
red
don't know.
faces.
Did I?
You look tan. You look tan, but
Um,
you don't really look burnt.
Well, since Melanie's running this race too, like, no one made me put sunscreen on, which is terrible. Like, I'm an adult and I should be able to take care of myself. But I put it on to start, and I don't think I reapplied. Maybe I reapplied once. So I probably did get a little more color than I meant to or should have. But I thought it was really warm. Like there were probably 3 hours each day where I was like, man, it is hot. Like, if I was running, it was like I had to like change my fueling and hydration. Like it was warm. Like even though the temperatures were not what you'd consider warm, I think
Yeah.
the temps coupled with the sun and the altitude,
Altitude, yeah.
like I felt very warm on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Interesting. Yeah, we've heard that from a few runners, and I think in my mind it's probably similar to what runners have felt in Flagstaff during Cocodona, where it'll be like 60s, mid 60s.
Yeah.
Doesn't look hot on paper, but then you're at altitude and
Yeah.
you start cooking.
Yeah, and there's
It's
people like
confusing.
at the cafe in hoodies, but if you're running or like doing something like that, it affects you.
Yeah, and it's way cool in the shade.
Yeah.
Did it get cold at night?
It did, but not like I was in a t-shirt and shorts most of the time.
Nice.
Put a jacket on up at the summit, puffy on in the aid station, stuff like that. But for the most part, I mean, I run hot, and I pretty much stay in a t-shirt and shorts all night.
That's wild. Did you change your clothes often, or?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh yeah, I did hear there was some Imodium needed. So,
Yeah.
shout out Bear Butt Wipes, one of the sponsors.
I used a lot more bare butt wipes than I planned on using.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
That was my Sedona section of Cocodona.
Yeah, and I totally disregarded the like recommended dosage of Imodium on the back of the thing.
Okay, and you're still alive, so
I mean,
good to know.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. I haven't taken it in a couple of days. Things settled.
And I was handed some Imodium during Cocodona as well, and I wish that somebody had thought to give it to me sooner, because that is helpful.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only just unpleasant, but then you're dehydrated, and it just makes everything
You
difficult.
waste time
Yeah.
too. That's the frustrating part.
Yeah, you're constantly pulling over. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad you survived that.
Yeah, me too.
And were you able to like keep eating?
Yes, I ate the whole time. I mean, it wasn't super comfortable at times, as it is. But I pretty much kept it. I feel decently. No big issues there. Was able to hydrate. It was really just, I don't know what caused it, but
I think it's just like the stress on the
I think-
body
yeah,
sometimes. We're asking ourselves to do really hard things, and body's like, nope, stop.
Yeah.
And you're like, nope, poop's not gonna make me
Yeah.
stop. Try
Yeah.
something else.
Yep.
Amazing.
Yeah.
All right, I could talk to you all night, but I know you probably should sleep
I'm
eventually.
just gonna lay down right here if that's cool.
Feel free. Like I'm a little bit lonely.
Yeah.
Today is our final day of like this style commentating. Tomorrow they're gonna do a happy hour with a bunch of interviews, and I think Zach Marion will be in the house for that.
Nice.
But yeah, I have an empty chair,
Yeah.
so if you want to have some more Alani energy drinks and sit in the chair, no.
Never say never, but
Yeah, I
let's
know.
see how I feel after I take a nap. And the thought of another Alani sounds terrible right now.
That's fair. I know, we're just so lucky we got you here in the first place.
Well,
so.
thank you so much for having me. Thanks for you guys. I mean, the commentary was amazing. Everyone in the chat was so fun, and like I told Hillary that if I, was entered into this and ran it and didn't know it was an inaugural race, I wouldn't have thought it was an inaugural race, which I think is, I think you would have thought that of other inaugural races, right? Like So
yeah.
I think,
That's so amazing to hear. I mean, from sitting in the studio and watching it play out on the screen, it felt that way. And then when I got to June Mountain and started actually talking to runners in the field, I got to pace Sam Carthen. It was clear that this race was incredibly well executed.
Yeah.
Shout out to our race directors, Hillary Yang and Tim Tollefson. Amazing. So, that's a wrap with Kevin Goldberg. We're going to let him get some sleep. And maybe we can show you. It's getting dark out, unfortunately. So that does, make it hard to see all the cool drone shots.
Yeah.
But we'll keep showing you what you want to see. Everybody give Kevin some love in the chat. He is the people's champion.
Thanks, guys. I had to clean up all these cheeses I spilled.
Hello, hello. We are back in the studio. I am Shelby Farrell, and this is Mountain Outpost coverage of the 2025 Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft. We have another special guest, back-to-back special guest. It doesn't get any better than that. Jeff Pelletier in the house. He gave us a show for his finish, 8th overall, 6th male. How are you feeling, Jeff?
I'm starting to feel a little tired, but
fair.
I feel good. I feel good.
You did a lot.
Yeah.
Jeff, for our audience, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Who are you? Where do you come from?
Yep. I am I would say filmmaker first, trail runner second. Let's say front of mid-pack, maybe, front of mid-pack runner.
Well, finished top 10, so front today.
Well, okay, yeah, but I mean to say, I lean more into the storytelling side of things. So I have a YouTube channel, and we do a lot of like fast packing, and we try to inspire people to get into the sport.
Amazing. What got you into that in the first place?
Well, I've always been a filmmaker. I'm a video producer, videographer by trade, so that's what I've been doing all my life. And so I just kind of fell into documenting my races when I started running later in life.
When did you start your YouTube channel?
I'd been uploading films for quite a few years, but I really leaned into it during the pandemic. That was kind of, so really I've been doing it like with a lot of effort for the last 4 or 5 years. And then as of this year, pretty much it's my full-time job.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
So this year was when it switched over to I can do this for a living.
Yeah, it's where now I'm making more money from my YouTube channel than I am from my other business, which is my video production agency. So now we're just leaning into it and traveling and just really trying to take advantage of the opportunity that I have. Yeah.
The absolute dream. I mean, a lot of people want to become YouTubers, and it's a lot of grind to get that content out regularly. What's your posting cadence, out of curiosity?
Yeah, it is a grind, especially because my films tend to be very like what we'd call high lift. Like I do a lot of post-production work, a lot of editing. So, and I do most of it myself. So I try to get something out every couple of weeks, but sometimes it's 3 to 4 weeks. And like the film from this race, for example, I had 2 filmmakers working with me, Derek Lytle and Drew Darby.
2 of my faves.
Right?
Yes.
We probably have like 10 hours of footage, so it's going to take a few months to put this one together.
You picked a great team. I've worked with both of them. Drew on a personal project, Derek on some work stuff, and they're just like champs. So I can't wait to see what you create. Are we allowed to know anything about what the plan is for that film?
I mean, I haven't seen the footage yet, so I don't even know what we got, but I do know they were everywhere. Like I'd be running and I'd see a figure in the woods and, oh yeah, that's Derek over there. Or I'd hear a drone overhead. So they were all over the course. We had beautiful light this weekend.
Yes.
You don't want just like bluebird days. You want like interesting light, clouds, different kind of, even some stormy weather. But I kind of hit some of the most beautiful places at the right time of day as well. We got lucky that way. So I can guarantee the film's going to be beautiful.
That's cool. How did you I don't know, I want to hear about your race, but as a fellow media nerd, I am curious, like, did you have a spreadsheet with a plan for your race that you then shared with the photographers? Were you like pre-mapping out these shots ahead of time?
So part of the strategy was to rely on Drew's experience of having worked with Sally McRae on the film to promote the course and the race that was published last year. So Drew, he knew all the spots. So he actually put that together for me and said, all right, here's where we want to be. Here's where the light's the best at what time of day. He knows all the shots. So that was the starting point. And then we kind of compared that with my race plan, I guess, or my race goal anyway, for my total time and where I'd be at certain places, which we can talk about. I almost nailed. So yeah, we kind of compared notes, but really, I really relied on Drew Darby's experience here.
Yeah, Drew Darby's a pro.
Yeah.
It was really cool seeing him and Derek out there, and we're not allowed to. I shouldn't say we're not allowed to. We shouldn't call a runner until we know for sure who the runner is, but very often I would see Drew or Derek and be like, I know who that is.
Yeah, and it was cool to see them, the way they collaborated, where, one guy would be maybe getting me coming into the aid station, and somebody else would be there already at the aid station, or somebody on the drone, somebody else, shooting long lens. So yeah, again, we're going to have some incredible footage. They were doing time lapses at night of the stars. We had incredible stars. I'd often run by and I'd see Drew had a time lapse set up of the sunset, but also was filming me, and then also the drone was ready to go. So the second that I ran by, he could like drop his camera and fly the drone. I mean, these guys they're really good at what they do.
This is gonna be insane.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool.
Cool.
And I was filming as well, of course, my
We saw that,
first person perspective, as well as Audrey, my girlfriend. She was filming her perspective as crew, my crew chief. So we try to tell kind of different stories, like different layers in this race. And a big part of that is the crewing, because, I mean, you can do these races without a crew, but she's a big part of my race experience.
That's wonderful. So let's get into the race.
Sure.
I think we should start at the start. I heard from Chrissy Harkleroad and Sam Carthen. They were two runners that I've crossed paths with over the last couple of days. They both spent a little bit of time with you on course and just said you were a joy to run with. Sam was asking about where you were because he was hoping to run more miles with you.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun sharing miles with Sam. Yeah.
Oh, it's so, I mean, thank you for bringing your personality, spirit, and sharing it with the other runners. They're going to remember those moments on the trail with you forever. So,
well, that's one of my favorite parts about, I guess, the sport, but really about these long races is there's lots of time to get to know people out there. And I always tell people, like newer runners, like make friends early on in a race, because you'll probably run into them later and you might need them later. You can help each other out, where you're like, oh, Sam, hey, good to see you again. You can share miles and, help each other through a rough patch. So, and you end up seeing the same people at events year after year. And so, yeah, that's one of my favorite parts about the sport and about these distances is I can get a little competitive towards the end of the race, maybe like friendly competition, but at the end of the day, you're just kind of hanging out with people who share similar values.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for sharing those values with these runners. Okay, so start vibes. We start the race in the village, which is where we're currently based now in the studio, and you cruise right up to the summit of Mammoth Mountain at 11,053 feet. How was that climb for you?
Well, I had done it. So we're from sea level in Vancouver, but we've been here for just over a week now. We came for Mammoth Trailfest first. So the first thing I did was go out and do the climb to the summit to make sure I could kickstart my acclimatization. And part of that was I love to pre-run the opening miles, but also the closing miles of a race course. And so I could like visualize it and, kind of envision what it's going to feel like to run it, and it kind of it lived up to that today. I'm jumping ahead, but
that's okay.
To the finish. But I also loved how the race bookends. With a similar, like you start with the big climb and you finish with that big climb after traveling, like going on this huge adventure, and you come back to where you started.
Yeah, and then we're at the summit. It looked a little cloudy when you were up there. Could you actually get the 360 perspective of where you had come from?
Not today, unfortunately, but we did the first time. So again, that was something we talked about with the team, with Drew and Derek. It was, first of all, we didn't know what time necessarily I'd finish. And we thought I would actually finish a little later, potentially, when it was dark. So we talked about how we need to nail it the first time. We're going to make sure we get the summit shots at the beginning, because we might not get it at the end. We did end up having daylight, but yeah, it was clouded, so I'm glad we did it the first time. And a big part of that was, how do we get a camera guy up on the top of the mountain? Because the gondola was shut down, so we spent a lot of time, and fortunately Mountain Outpost came to the rescue and
good.
Got Drew Darby up there, so yeah, and then Derek could film the start line as well.
And you run through that arch, and then we watch you guys go down Dragon's Back ascent, and then we just started seeing incredible drone footage of lakes, and I kind of like lost track of what lake you hit first and next, whatever. But how did you jump in any of those lakes?
No, I didn't jump in any.
Was it tempting?
No. Well, it wasn't that hot. There were some warmer periods, I guess, but it wasn't. I wouldn't say it was like a hot race necessarily. So no.
Yeah, we've had some mixed. I think that partially it's just the nature of doing a multi-day event. It's hard to regulate your body temperature and then altitude, and you are in the sun, the exposure. So we've had some mixed reports on how the sun made people feel. You're not bright red, so.
No, I've got the Lecky glove tan.
But that's cool.
Right? Other than that, no. And I wore arm sleeves the whole time as well. So.
Yeah, I think we saw you at one point with like the sleeve under your Lakey glove.
Yep.
What's the move on that?
So those are actually arm sleeves that I helped develop with Path Projects,
Whoa.
who is sponsoring the film, coincidentally.
Sweet.
They're called the
Shout out.
Moab arm sleeve, and they are awesome. I'm unfortunately not wearing them right now, but you can check them out at pathprojects.com. And the killer feature is that they have a slot for your watch, so you don't need to roll them down to see your watch.
I'm a big fan of watch slots.
Yeah, watch windows, I think they call
Watch
them.
windows.
Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, and you mentioned watch, so I'm going to go there. We heard from Jimmy Elon that he wasn't even looking at his watch other than navigation. He just had his navigation screen up. He wasn't checking pace and time and didn't really, distance. He just focused on navigating. How do you use your watch? And you talked about you were hitting your splits almost perfectly, which makes me think you maybe were using your watch.
I was using it mainly for navigation as well, that was actually the main thing. So I guess the splits were more thinking about being at certain places at certain times of day, and Derek kind of makes fun of me because I'm like, while I'm running, I'm producing, so I'll be like, hey guys, did you get that one shot, or how was that drone shot, how was the light for that, so we're always thinking about like, I would never do it, but like joking about maybe I should slow down and make sure we get like a nice sunrise in like certain places, or so that was more about hitting certain beats that we had kind of scripted for the film.
Cool. And I think that probably visually helps you know what pace you need to feel to get there.
Sort of. I mean, at the end of the day, it's hard to.
Yeah.
It kind of whatever happens.
It's
happens.
a bit of magic.
Yeah,
to
it's a
make
little.
it happen,
Yeah. But I did. So my goal going into the race was to run. Wait. No, I have to do math in my brain. Yeah. No. My goal was to run 58 to 60 hours. Wait, is that right? Yeah. And I ran just under, I think, 58 by like 5 minutes. So I think I nailed it within a 5 minute. Is that right? Did I run 57, 55?
I have.
My brain's
trying
not.
to pull up your official.
Is in a caloric
time.
deficit, so.
You're good.
So while you're doing that, we were just really happy to have light for the finish. That was a big thing.
That is lucky.
Yeah.
Oh, we got to finish. Her. We're going to pause right here. We're bringing in Adam Smith. We knew he was coming. Oh, final
Matt Smith.
steps. Matt Smith. Apologies. Final steps of the Mammoth 200. Here's our finish line cam. Matt Smith is 10th overall, rounding out the top 10. Matt Smith. We see him pausing his watch. Can't forget to do that, and chatting with race director Hillary Yang. I can confirm the buckles are sweet.
That's good job. That's great. Yeah. That's fun. It's so much fun to see you guys out there experiencing it all.
Yeah. I think I got more to say, but
you can
I might
think
need
about
to
it.
sleep
Yeah.
first.
Did you sleep at all?
Close my eyes for about 5 minutes. Yeah. Yep. Did the trick?
Not a lot. Yeah, it does reset the eyeballs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you done another 200?
Hope you don't torch on.
All right. So this is short.
Yeah, it was quick. Up 60.
Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. Can we get your after portrait?
Sure, come with me. Kevin Goldberg says hi. Goldberg says hi. Okay. And he also says he gotcha. I know.
I'm still up 2-1.
Have a seat. Oh, well, don't have a seat right there, though. Okay. Let me move that.
I'll take sparkling water. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Come see right there facing me.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, later.
Whoa! On that one.
Why did that get nuclear? Give me a second.
He's just waking you up.
You're welcome.
Well, he gets himself sorted.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, we're back now.
Good? Yeah.
Yeah, we're good, dude.
Awesome. Sir.
Any particular sections stand out to you?
Fine. It's like going into
Oh, yeah. Oh, the Parker Bench one, and then there's the like loop or after two mountains.
like before.
Oh, I see. Yeah, the one in the Silver. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, into silver.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
That was,
But it's really pretty up there, right?
I bet
The
it was
largest?
just like it was like like 3 in the morning or something.
Okay.
You
All
know?
right. So you didn't get even.
I didn't know what was going on. I was just like, it's the
Oh
same.
my
It was
God.
crazy.
Yeah. You're right on the edge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was cool. There's a lot of like I really like White Mountains.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I've never been over there.
And it's all amazing. Maybe you weren't smelling through your nose, but every time I go over the stage, it's just like,
Oh yeah, the stage.
yeah.
Yeah. My my face hurts. Slow down. Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin, smelling weed. And I was like, I think it's stage, guys.
All right, you are watching Matt Smith. He just finished top 10, 10th overall, 8th male in the Mammoth 200. We heard him say that the only other 200 he's done is Cocodona 250, which it's hard. There's several Matt Smiths on Ultra sign up, but I'm pretty sure this is him. The last he ran it was in 2024, coming in 9th overall. So this is someone who knows how to play in the 200-mile game.
He passed me last night, and then I passed him back today, but he was climbing so strong. He was looking so good.
Oh, that's so cool to hear. So we have Jeff Pelletier in the house. I think so far he's given us the possibly the fastest finish coming into the village. You were cruising. And, yeah, Pelletier finished 8th overall, 6th male, and then came to chat with us. So we're going to keep talking to him. Yeah, tell me about running with Matt Smith.
Well, we didn't get to share many miles, unfortunately. We just had a brief conversation. But he seems like a really nice guy. I wish I could have shared some miles, but unfortunately, it was sort of that later stage in the race, you know, just maybe 30 kilometers left where it was we were competing. There was that friendly competition time of the race. So, you know.
I've heard you bring this up a few times. Like, so you're out there to storytell, but there seems to be a little fire in you at a certain point. Like, when do you switch into I'm racing mode?
Well, I mean, I think it's nice to have... You know, it's nice to have goals and like to play off other people. And so sometimes there's a race within the race. You know, Roman and I, for example, were kind of racing for 7th place, I think, towards the end. I had been chasing him because, again, he passed me when I was sleeping last night. And so I was chasing him, and I think he knew it. And then I saw him at the summit. He was leaving the summit right as I was arriving. And he said that lit a fire because he knew that I'd be on his tail. And sure enough, I was. And that's why we were running so fast at the end. We were trying to catch him. And then I think we had heard he had already finished. We thought, well, we may as well just keep moving, keep going.
So cool. Well, is there anything else you'd like to tell us about this adventure? Any hallucinations? We didn't talk about sleep.
So sleep, I slept less than I had originally planned. I did a 25-minute nap, a 7-minute nap, and then a whole bunch of dirt naps. And I don't usually do dirt naps, but I'm a convert. I'm embracing the dirt nap now. 1, 2, maybe 3 minutes. Curl up, make sure you put your jacket on so you don't get too cold.
That's important.
And there's like some nice soft kind of like brush, that you can lay in. And it can keep you going.
Did you have your pacer set a timer for you, or what was your strategy in those?
Yeah, I usually set a timer, although I feel like I can wake up like right before the timer somehow. I don't know. Somehow I know when 2 minutes is up.
Yeah.
But yeah, the dirt nap, I probably did, I don't know, 10 minutes worth of dirt naps, we'll say.
Oh.
But a lot less sleeping than I originally planned. And I think that I had to readjust. I mean, I realized this race is it's shorter than, like, say, Moab or Cocodona, where maybe you'd sleep a little bit more. And especially when I was talking to other runners and hearing how little they planned on sleeping, made me realize, like, okay, I better, maybe try to operate on slimmer margins myself.
Yeah. Did that cause any weird feelings, hallucinations?
I get really sleepy at night. I think especially with age, as I get older, it doesn't get any easier. And I'm a napper, so I'm missing my naps and I'm missing my 9 hours of sleep. So, I end up just having to do, again, I just did a bunch of dirt naps and it seems to help.
Was it caffeine a part of that?
Caffeine, it doesn't seem to do it for me. Like because we tried to increase the caffeine intake on this one and it didn't seem to help very much.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
It's really frustrating.
Yeah. I had a few other firsts on this as well. So the dirt naps were one. The second is the first time I've ever puked in a race.
Oh.
But I managed to puke and rally. I felt a lot better actually after. So.
Did it bring you back to like your college days, or were you college days?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we won't talk about that, but yeah. But I usually have a really good stomach, and that was the other thing is my stomach just didn't cooperate this time. I just couldn't eat, and usually like some people who know me, they know me as like I can eat like anything and lots, like in a race. That's like my superpower, and my superpower failed me on this one.
But then you found dirt naps, so.
But I found dirt naps, so yeah.
You found a new superpower.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a total loss.
Yeah, the stomach thing, I do wonder if it's an altitude thing. Like, you look at the chip bags at the grocery store and how bloated they are. Like,
yeah,
that's how
I think it probably was, and that's probably why I got sick as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you came back.
Yeah.
You finished so strong.
I had a great day today. The first couple nights were really rough. That's why I was so happy when we projected and realized, man, I'm going to finish like around dinner time. This is great. I don't have to go into a third night. I got really excited. Yes. It kind of motivated me. But I had a lot of fun today. Like today was just fun running, and I think also when you know that the end is kind of in sight, you can kind of just leave it out there.
Yeah. Yeah, you did. Do you think, could you have left any more out there?
I don't know. I'm a pretty conservative runner, I think, and I like to finish strong. So I don't like finishing, feeling like too depleted. I like finishing feeling like maybe I could have run a little bit further, and I could have run a little bit further on this one, and it's a nice way to finish strong.
Which is why you're so coherent on the couch with us. Thank you so much for your time in the studio today. We really appreciate you coming in. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans? There are a lot of them out there.
Well, I look forward to watching back the live stream because I missed it, and you guys, I heard, did such a great job. So I can't wait to watch some of this back.
Thank you. We're trying in here. It's been fun. It's an inaugural race, so the first day felt like looking at a blank canvas. I've skied in Mammoth before, and I did do trailfest the first year, but I'm not a local, so it's hard to speak to.
Yeah.
What we saw on the live stream, and we were learning as we went, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little bit inspired to run this race one day.
Nice. Well, I will say the film from my race will be out probably in like February.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's something to look forward to.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, I hope you get some sleep.
Oh, I'm going to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on your race.
Thanks very much.
Hello, Shelby Farrell here in the studio still. I haven't gone anywhere, folks. Thanks for joining us. This is the Mammoth 200 presented by Kraft. You're looking at Mountain Outpost coverage. If you've liked what you've seen, please hit subscribe. It means a lot. Like this stream. Tell your friends. It's been an epic 60 hours and 44 minutes following these runners on an epic 214.6, every bit counts, mile foot race that circumnavigates a 760,000-year-old caldera. It's an incredible course. There's pine forests, golden fall foliage, abandoned mines. You got everything. It is showing you the Eastern Sierra, what it's all about, and the Mammoth Lakes community has just welcomed these runners with open arms.
It's amazing.
It's amazing, and there's a dude here. I know it's been an all-female commentating team. We'll call this an interview. So it still has been an all-female commentating team.
Yeah.
But I have Kevin Horn in the house.
Good to be here.
Thanks for popping in. I just saw him across the hall working on aid station stuff, and he is an aid station wizard.
Yeah, I was just coming off being the captain for the Sawmill Meadows aid station, mile 84. We had an awesome time. Sawmill Meadows is one of the most remote aid stations. There are no crews there. You just have pacers. It was coming off a gnarly climb, and we were out there for about 24 hours. So, yeah, it was a really great day. We finished up late last night. And today I've been running around kind of just supporting other things in the race in order to keep things going and make sure that the runners keep moving forward. So.
Yeah, you said you got to connect with every runner that went through that aid station. Tell me all about it. Like, what were some of the highs? What were, like, I'm sure you were putting ramen in flasks and sending people on their way.
Yeah, so it's great. So without crews, every runner needs help. Everybody needs, for sure, hydration, but we had a lot of hot food. And so we had a ton of runners coming up off of the climb, starting all the way from the elites up front, who were like, I didn't even know you were going to be here. What do you have? And so we had ramen, broth, kind of a lot of the regulars, but we also had a bunch of special stuff. So it kind of changed during the day depending on what people were feeling. But we started off with making like breakfast burritos, fresh, made to order. Whoever came in, what do they want? We customize them. And then we went to fried rice. We were doing like a little bit of like a hibachi style. I was like slinging a spatula and flipping it and trying to do tricks and stuff like that. And then in the afternoon, once it started getting a little later, we switched over to like grilled cheese and griddle sandwiches and stuff. But like everybody was like, we'd hype it up, and it was there was about like 1 mile out and back to get to the aid station. And so we kept hearing from all of the runners coming in, we heard this was the best aid station ever. I want one of these fried rices. Like, what is it? And so like the runners were like running out, just super hyped. But it was awesome because all of the runners need help. And so you get to kind of go and problem solve with them. Like, what do we need to do? What can you do? Do you need to sleep? We got a tent. Go over there and sleep for an hour, and then see how you feel after. And so it's just great. Like you just really get to feel connected to the race and connected to the runners in a way that like is really satisfying to me as an ultra runner myself. And so,
Yeah, you said you just ran Mogi and Monster.
Yeah.
So you know what it takes to go the distance.
Yeah, I was telling everybody I just ran 100 3 weeks ago, and I came in with real strong opinions with like what is good in an aid station. There's awesome aid stations at Mogollon, and I really appreciated it. And also I knew that like, you know, it's a 200 miler, it's going to be even longer, like we're less than halfway. And so we really wanted to make sure that there was like a lot of fun, a little bit of a delight and stuff like that. So we had also a couple other things. We had a DJ at our aid station the whole time. It's one of our friends, Matt Dunning, goes by DJ Jumpsuit, and he's
I've heard about DJ
Yeah,
Jumpsuit.
he was at Hard Rock this year. He's running Moab 240 in 3 weeks himself.
No way.
So it's like really ultra run a family, but like we had music, we had lights and stuff, and people just didn't expect it to be out there because they were thinking, oh, remote aid station, there's going to be a couple of like, you know, water jugs on the ground in my drop bag, and I'll just kind of like stumble through and keep going.
Maybe some gummy bears in a bowl.
Yeah, and some like, you know, kind of sweaty like M&Ms and stuff like that, and like that was not what it was. Like we really tried to make it special. So.
That's cool. I think, okay, so I was telling you before we got on the mic that I was at Mogi and Monster last year, and there is an aid station that's put on by the Royal Order of the Desert Rats.
Yeah.
And they usually get in trouble because there's like nudity, there's some mooning happening.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember that from your Mogi run, but there's hopefully they didn't tone it down, but
yeah,
I mean,
there was a couple of places it's like, you know, especially like the best part, I think it was like over by the cabin, there's some stuff like going on out in the like back part of the course where it's like a little bit more remote. And then especially like I always remember Javelin 100 at Jackass Junction also gets like really weird and in a great way. And that's like a little bit of why you're there, right? And so as a runner, you come into that and you kind of don't know, and you're all tired and you really focus on yourself. All of a sudden there's something else going on.
Mm-hmm.
What? There's like other people and they're gonna feed me and they're taking care of me and like they're making jokes and like, you know, why are people dancing? Like, you know,
I paced Leadville once and they had an aid station too that was like super trippy with lights in the middle of nowhere, and like people remember that. And what I think the reason I bring it up is because this race is, you know, created by ultra runners.
Yes.
It's been ran by ultra runners as far as the like it's been physically ran by ultra runners, but the aid stations have been run by ultra runners. And you know, we're sitting here recalling these aid stations of previous races that we've been at that created this experience for us, and most of them were put on by like local run organizations who wanted to create this experience and create a theme for their aid station. It really stands out. And what's been mind-blowing to me is that an inaugural race already is like born with that soul.
So I think an inaugural 200 is ambitious on its own. I think an inaugural 200 with this level of community support, this level of, in both community as in Mammoth and the broader running community. I live outside of Phoenix and Fountain Hills, right by where Javelin 100s run. Like we had people from our station. We had a guy flying from Iowa, Colorado, drove up from LA. And so like it's a really huge network, but what comes out to is like a really authentic running event. And I think that all of the credit goes to Hillary Yang and Tim Tollefson. Hillary's a good friend of mine and we've known her for years. And, you know, she ran Hard Rock this summer and had a like super inspiring effort there. And Tim is magnetic. And I've been hearing from people, especially the locals who show up as, you know, I was talking to a volunteer and, oh, Tim's my PT, and he kind of just roped me into it. And we had another local gentleman who helped us out. He has a cabin right by the aid station, Jonathan. He showed up and he knew Tim from the hospital, and then, you know, friends of friends, and he's the dad of some other people who know it, you know, and so it's just like a really interesting mix of a very tight local community plus a really, I think, great draw on the broader ultra running community in the States.
Yeah. Oh, it's so cool to see
amazing.
it come together.
Yeah,
like, I mean,
absolutely amazing.
What was your favorite runner or pacer moment at your aid station?
Favorite, I think there was a couple. One of them that really stands out is we had a woman who came in and she was dead set on quitting the second she sat down in the chair. She was asking, I heard you have a Starlink. I need to call my husband. I'm going to quit. Can he come drive here and pick me up? And you know, people are saying, oh, well, the roads are kind of rocky. And I was like, no. Like, it's like you have 14 hours until the aid station closes. Like, you need to eat, you need to sleep. You can sleep for 6 hours if you want. Like, just go and do it. And all of a sudden she goes and changes her clothes. She comes out and she's smiling, and she's like, oh, can I have one of those fried rices? Yes, you can have a fried rice. Like, what else do you want? And so you just watch someone turn around, and all of a sudden she's like smiling and waving as she's going out. And, you know, she's there for, I don't know, 40 minutes or an hour. But, like, you just see runners like that turn around where they're really in a low, but, like, just little things help them out. It's really cool to have been there as a runner myself, but then to be able to use my knowledge of, like, I'm just kind of, you know, it's a very childlike existence, I think, when you're in an ultra. And so there's a lot of reasons why, you know, you probably can't DNF right here because no one can pick you up. Like, it's just impossible. Like, it's impossible to drive here. We don't ask how we got here, you know, but, like, to the runner, oh, I guess that makes sense. But really it's like, hey, this is something that's in your mind and you can get through it. Give yourself the time and space to do it. And so just seeing that happen is awesome. I think it was also really cool and unique. I mentioned there's no crews, is that all of the lead people coming through, Jimmy and Rachel, like, we come in and we crew them at the aid station, and they may have a pacer, but, like, we're filling bottles and what do you need, and, like, we're problem solving with them as they need to come through it. And so that's, like, also I think really unique and different from a crewed aid station where most of the time, you know, they're going to go run to a camper van. I do that myself. Like, my wife and I have a van. We crew each other for our races. And so that's, I think, like, also, like, really cool about the experience is, like, being able to, like, basically touch every one of those people and see them go on to amazing performances. And I got a little tiny part in that.
You sure did.
Yeah, it's cool.
And there were drop bags at this aid station.
Yeah, there were
and
drop
for
bags.
anyone who doesn't know, a drop bag is a bag that you would set up ahead of the race and slap a number on, and then it magically appears at an aid station with your stuff in it. Were people utilizing those drop bags at Sawmill?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, like, even in the morning, I showed up at the start to volunteer and just kind of help out, and Tim was like, hey, can you take drop bags? So, like, there's no real magic to it. Is people drop their drop bags just in a big pile on a tarp with a name of what aid station it goes to, and it goes in the back of someone's car, and they go and drive it out and organize them for you. And so, yeah, we had a cache of drop bags at us, and we had like 130 runners. We probably had 100 drop bags.
Wow.
And so there's a bunch, and we order them by number so they're easy to find. And so people come in, and it's like, what's your number? Do you have a drop bag? All right, someone goes and runs and gets it. And, all right, here's your drop bag, and what do you need? And we start cooking them food and serving them and everything like that. And so, you know, between that, it was actually, like, I think a really well done aid station, like, largely to the credit of, like, Hillary and the race team that was, like, really doing it. But, you know, having the drop bag, we were really well equipped. Friends of ours were running the aid station together, so we all really knew each other as well. And so that really helped us just be able to, like, focus on what can we do for the runners to get them in and out as quickly as possible, but, like, as well prepared as possible, as well fed as possible. So, like, you know, I don't want them to turn around in 2 minutes and then not have any water and kind of be stumbling for the next 4 hours to the next aid station. But I don't want them to just be chilling for 2 hours. So we always also kind of had a rule. It's like they're either eating, drinking, like, doing maintenance on their feet or their pack, or sleeping. And if they're not doing one of those things, like, we are, like, sending them off.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah. So.
Did you have anyone DNF at your aid station?
We had two, unfortunately. So Tara dropped.
Oh, Tara dropped at your aid
our
station.
Aid station. And so that was tough to see. Like, she came in and she was really struggling, and I think that story will be told. But, like, you know, we did everything we could to do it. What we really could offer is, like, we're a sleep station, so we had a wall tent, pop tent with sidewalls on it. We had cots with sleeping bags, and so we just focused on Rod was pacing her, and so mostly it was, like, me and Rod kind of, like, you know, let's try stuff and see what we can do and try to keep her in it. But eventually she had to make the decision to drop, and so we coordinated and aided a ride out for her. And the reason it was uncrewed was because crews would have to drive on the course for, like, 5 miles on a dusty road, and so it would dust out the runners, and so we wanted to avoid that on a planning basis, and it just makes the experience better for everybody. And so then you got to track down the crew, and so call headquarters, and Joel, the communications director, is calling the other aid stations to see, do you have the crew there? Do you know, like, where are they? And especially for the elites, you kind of know the crews are on point and usually where they need to be. And so,
Yeah.
and she was in third place at the time. So like it's easy to find them and then call them. And it was like almost 2 hours before they could get there and drive back on all these dirt roads, finally pick her up. So there was that. And there was one other runner that came in and they had a pretty severe ankle sprain and he couldn't put weight on it. So
Ouch.
he needed to drop as well. But otherwise,
Okay, those are two that it's like, yeah, there's not much you can do. I've volunteered at aid stations, and I've definitely been that person that's like, no, you're good, keep going, take these salt tabs, like,
Yeah.
you know.
I personally as a runner, I think about like when you sign up for a race, you sign up for every minute within the cutoff window that you're going to be out there. I haven't done 200 to be fair, but like mentally I try to prepare for that. And so what I really, really focus on is when people have 2 hours to cut off, 4 hours to cut off, 6 hours to cut off, and you're at a sleep station, like go to sleep. Like tell me if you want me to wake up in 4 hours, like I will do it. Like sleep for 4 hours because you're better off just trying to be it. Like your dream was to go and run the race and finish and all this stuff. And sure, it's not exactly how you thought it was going to be.
Right.
But this is about finishing. If you're not at the front of the pack, like let the time goes away. Like just embrace being out there. And you know it was going to be hard. You paid money to be out there because it was hard. Like that's why you're there.
We're psychos.
So embrace it. And so you know, like I'm big on like really like unless you have like a medical thing or something that's like really going to keep you from being there.
Someone just asked, what was the most interesting meal food request you cooked up?
Oh, that's great. So we had a few things that we were like stocked with. So originally kind of our menu was going to be a ramen bar and then what we called the bougie sandwich bar.
Oh, you guys were the bougie sandwich bar.
We were the bougie sandwich bar. And so
I read your menus at one point yesterday.
And it kind of evolved over time. And so there's a couple things that you can kind of do. Like one is we would advertise what we were like ready to cook with because we're not like a restaurant. We can cook everything on the menu at every time. We kind of try to like, we really had a 2-burner stove and, you know, a little Coleman stove with a propane bottle and stuff. So I can cook like a couple things at a time. And so I think the thing that I really enjoyed the most was we started getting like really fancy with fried rice. And so it was, you know, crack an egg, put rice in there. Then we had like soy sauce, sesame oil. We had little tofu. We had cut up like green onions and all this other stuff. And so we could put all of that stuff together and make these things. And you just watch these people and you just, oh my gosh, this is the best thing I've ever had. Like, and they're like looking at each other like, this is better than anything I've ever had. And they're just like 100%. And so that was that. And so like to kind of be, people don't know what they're going to eat, but then you suggest something and they now know that that's what they've wanted for 4 hours. It was really good. And then, you know, every once in a while you get a couple of like interesting requests where people want to add like or kind of modify it, but it wasn't too crazy. We kind of shape it a little bit. I think the most interesting stuff is like when you see people kind of do like crazy of their own food, of like they pull stuff out of their aid station, their drop bags. Like, oh, how did you have this stuff? And then like one guy was like offering us like meat sticks, like little like beef jerkies. And he's like, do you want these? And I was like, I don't know. They've been sitting out in the sun for a while, but maybe you should just keep them. So you know, it's kind of like all over the place. But yeah, it was great. So like, yeah, we had ramen. We had like all sorts of griddle sandwiches, like grilled cheese and like grilled turkey and cheese and stuff. And then we had burritos. There's a lot of variations on those, like breakfast burritos and stuff. And then the ramen, different varieties of ramen. One of our friends, Jin, like he went to the Asian grocery store and got a bunch of these fancy like ramen things and stuff. And so we had a bunch of things to make.
Wow.
And then mixing ramen with things too is also a big thing. So like ramen and like a burrito going in the ramen happened several times.
Oh, okay. I could see like
dunking
it.
Just like a dunk and then a big, you know, munch. Chips and ramen was popular too.
Yeah, people are starting to drool in the chat.
It's really good. I could sell almost anything. I mean, because like this is the other thing too, is that, you know, we were a backcountry aid station, so we'd get resupplied, but one of them, it took like 6 hours between when we asked and when they got it. And so it doesn't come quick. And so you have to manage your own supplies. And so when you run out of something, the big thing for me is I don't want the runners to feel scarcity, because I don't want them to feel like they missed out. So the second we ran out of, like, we ended up running out of eggs at one point, we just immediately switched to like grilled cheese and grilled like turkey sandwiches and stuff like that. And those were the best things that you've ever tasted. And we're so excited to cook it for you, because I want everyone to feel like, oh, this is really special, versus like, hey, I missed out and I'm going too slow. And so we were fully set up until the last runners left. Like, we had everything going, even for like the last 3 runners that had like the sweepers go out after them, because like you just don't want people to get there and see like, oh, well, half the aid station's clearly torn down and these people are like trying to leave and they don't care about me. Like, no, we were there, and like music's on and it's like we're having fun.
Was anybody cut at your aid station?
No. So currently, and even all the way now, people are still about 2 hours ahead of cutoff.
That's awesome. We heard that from Hillary probably yesterday.
Yeah, so it's
cool that
I think we were just looking at it over in the HQ, but like the runners are still about 2 hours ahead of cutoff. I looked at my texts, and we sent our last runners out at 9:45, and we had a midnight cutoff. So
wow.
So we were like more than 2 hours ahead.
Again,
so
this is what happens when ultra runners plan an ultra race.
It's good.
Nailed it.
You know, cutoffs like I think should be generous, but like challenging, and I think that's where they are. So like, again, credit to Hillary and Tim for like really like thinking through it and planning it. And so, because I would hate to be in that situation where you have someone who otherwise can continue, but like an arbitrary even number time deadline came and now you're no longer allowed.
Yeah, it puts a stress on it when you've trained so hard. You're here, you're doing it. Like, we want you to finish. We do.
Right. So that's been great to see. So yeah, as far as I know, no one's been cut off, or the tail runners are still ahead of cutoff. So that's great.
That's great. And today we had some funky weather pop up. I was out on course. I saw the remnants of it, but I've been saying all day the ultra gods have been in my favor. Like, I've had some great things like line up. And that was for sure one of them. Can you tell me about what the runners that weren't as lucky as myself and Sam Carthen, who I was pacing, experienced out there?
Yeah, so it was like kind of mid-afternoon, and we're in the mountains, so like that means rain showers and stuff come up, and we got in the HQ, we got alert of some lightning that was like very close, and the storm was heading in the direction that it was like potentially going to intensify really quickly and heading straight for the course. So a few of us I know that like in coordination with like Mammoth Mountain, and there's like some very strict lightning guidelines that the race has to abide by, and basically the lightning just went over the limit of like the radius and stuff like that. And so that means that the staff has to be off course, which means that the runners have to be off course or have to be held if they're at an aid station. And so that happened. And so a few of my friends, I was with Billy, and then 2 of my friends from the aid station, we jumped into action because we ended up running up walled tents that we had brought back from our aid station once we shut down. We ran them up to the Minaret aid station like really quick, and a bunch of jugs of water, and we were like going. So it was like kind of fun. Like we all of a sudden strung them, we had a job because we were kind of like milling around, didn't have anything to do. And we had to go, so we go get a bunch of water jugs, got a tent, we load them in our friend's truck, and we drive in, we filling the water jugs, and we get up there. And like we're like rushing trying to find it. Also, we get out there, and it's just the guys are just chilling. The weather's like super nice. There's a runner there, and they're like, "Oh, hey, what's going on?" And we're like, "We heard there was a storm. Like, what's going on?" It's like, "No, it's pretty good. Like, you know, it's just one guy like here, and he's gonna go. But yeah, if you want to put the water jugs over there, that's cool, and we'll set up the tents. I mean, that'll be pretty chill. But like otherwise, you know, it's all good." So it was like kind of fun. But you know. That was the story. So, and I did hear that there was some hail on course elsewhere and stuff like that. So that's the thing, is like the weather can change in both directions, and so like there was for sure lightning, and it was like hitting somewhere close, and it kind of shut down a section, and so that's what triggered it. But then otherwise, you go, and if you're not in exactly the right spot, you don't see it. So.
Yeah. Oh, we are going to stop talking about lightning for a second to chat about F3, our third place female.
Oh, awesome.
Is coming in, and we're going to get to watch it happen. She is at the summit right now. So sorry, I lied. She's not like coming into the finish. She's coming into the summit, which is so close to the finish.
Yeah.
It's just a cruisy descent into the village. When I say cruisy, there's still some steepness, loose rocks, but then as you've seen from the incredible drone footage, there are some cruisy parts. You hit those
There's
mountain
some cruisy
bike
parts.
trails.
The runners have been coming really fast down this last section. I think Jeff Pelletier's finish down here was like super inspiring. He was absolutely motoring downhill. And so it will be awesome to watch her finish. It looks like she's getting some help from a pacer right now and going to change some layers here while she's getting, I see the aid station captain filling up water bottles and nutrition for her. So yeah, that's going to be awesome.
Yeah, so we're looking at Callie Smith. She's been having such an amazing race. She, is about 7 miles, 6.93 if we want to be exact, from finishing the Mammoth 200. Only 25 feet of climbing left and a lovely 3,000-foot descent into the village. You were up at this aid station at one point, I think, right? Tell me what you know about the Summit aid station.
So I don't know too much about it, but I was hearing a little bit more. So I think there's only 2 individuals working at Summit aid station right now, and they've been like powering through. But the runners hit it twice, like right after the start and then right in the finish as well. So there was a little bit of I think challenge on getting some volunteers who wanted to stay for the full shift and stuff like that. But that's kind of always the game with volunteers, is you want to find the right folks. And but yeah, it looks like it's like well stocked, and it looks like a beautiful aid station and inside.
So nice that it's inside. So are they in one of the lodges right now?
Yeah, that's the Summit Lodge up on the top of the Mammoth Mountain. So that's like basically the ski lodge where you can go in and get a sandwich during the day. And so there will be a kitchen, there will be bathrooms. It will be nice and warm in there. I mean, at Sawmill, for us, we were at like 9,300 feet, and it was a low of 39 degrees at night around like 2 a.m. And so as the runners come through here at the summit, they're going to be very, very deep into the race. I mean, like 206, 207 miles in. They're going to be super tired, multiple days on feet, and it's going to be cold. And so this is going to be a huge relief for them to be able to step into this area and get some crew, like get some aid, get warmed up, like use a flush toilet, which could be really, really inspiring for them depending on where they are in their
sitting down
their intestinal
to pee,
journey. Yeah.
Whoa.
and then just having downhill miles. Now, the other thing to remember is like downhill miles are not always friendly late in a race. And so your feet, I would expect, are very tender. At the finish line, Jeff Pelletier took his shoes off and he had a whopper of a blood blister on his toe. And so he was running hard, but he was mentioning that it was like not comfortable. So, downhill is good from an effort perspective, but I would just expect, still going to be kind of a pretty measured pace for most runners coming down.
Yeah, I mean, so you were watching live coverage of the Mammoth 200, and so far we have had the top 10 females finish.
Top 10 overall.
Sorry, so that top 10 overall. Thank you, Kevin. That's why you're here. Your brain cells. You might have a few more than me right now.
I did manage to get a good night of sleep last night after like 36 hours away cooking and slinging grilled cheeses.
Oh, yeah. I could go for a grilled cheese right now.
They were really good.
Really good. Top 10 overall. We saw Jimmy Elam come in early this morning. First male, Rachel Entrekin. Second overall, first female, Heather Ramirez, Max Jolliffe, Amber Wabel, Roman Trake, Xander Chase, Jeff Pelletier, Kevin Goldberg, who came and sat on the couch for us after, unreal. And the last finish we brought in was Matt Smith. And right now we are looking at Callie Smith in Summit 2, meaning this is now the second time she has summited Mammoth Mountain, 11,053 feet in the sky. And man, it's tricky because it probably is very chilly outside, and then you're in this warm space.
Yeah.
So looks like she's like staying bundled, maybe preparing for a quick in and out at this aid station because I'd be afraid I'd get too comfortable.
Yeah, it looks like she's like trying to like actually just focus on drinking and getting some liquids down now, especially if she's planning on running the downhill with 7 miles to go. It's going to take over an hour. It's too long to like not fuel or not hydrate, but it's going to be harder if you're running at night on tired legs, downhill pretty steep.
Yeah.
And so she's going to want to do it. I think the big thing is, right, you'll see her kind of continuously focus on eating, doing maintenance, working on getting the pack ready. The pacer's going to help. And then kind of once she has all of that stuff accomplished, like she's going to get out the door. The hard part about these wonderful aid stations like this is that they're almost too comfortable. And so it's like you step back out into the cold, and so it'll be awesome to see her like get going there.
So we have a few people who have recently joined and are like, Shelby, who is this guy sitting next to you? We thought it was an all-female commentating team, and we are. Don't worry. I just convinced Kevin Horn to come tell me about his experience volunteering.
Yes.
How long were you out there for?
We had officially we were supposed to be like a 23.5-hour shift from open to close at Sawmill Meadows, mile 84. It ended up because the lead runners came in so early. We started almost 2 hours early at 10:45, so it was like 26 hours of running the aid station there. So,
wow.
So yeah, it was awesome.
I think from what you've described as far as food options go, there could be a Mammoth 200 cookbook.
Yeah, I think there could be all sorts of stuff. I heard really great stuff from Billy Yang's and the Path Project's aid station at Crooked Meadows. I think it was like mile 106 or 120.
Yeah,
like that.
108.
108, yeah. They were having all sorts of like Japanese themed rice balls and different types of ramen, a bunch of different like stuff that they were cooking up as well. And so they really brought, I think, the inspiration there as well. So yeah, like tons of awesome innovation, I would say, in an aid station fair. And with a 200, you have enough time, I think, to actually consume it. It's so much different than like a fast 100 or even shorter, like 50 miles, 50Ks, things like that, where you're kind of in and out and just give me some what I call space food and I'm on my way. Like here, it's like your real food is not just unavoidable, it's your friend. And so
yeah, you need it. We all need it. The commentators, the pacers, and the runners. I mean, I've definitely had pacing situations where I'm so caught up in the fun of pacing that I forget to eat as a pacer and then feel like doo-doo.
Yeah.
So, like, we are so grateful to have these volunteers out here cooking up a feast for the runners and their pacers to keep moving forward.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like, as this was my first real big experience volunteering in a big way, and I found it intensely gratifying to use my knowledge as an ultra runner. You know, I was coming off of this 100-miler 3 weeks ago, and I just had real strong opinions of like what I thought should be there, and it was really awesome to hear runners say, "Yeah, this is great," and I'm really enjoying this, and this is like hitting the spot. Like that's very, very satisfying. I would encourage anybody who is ultra running to like go and try volunteering. It's one, there's a very high need for volunteering, but two, it's an incredible way to give back to the community, build a bunch of friendships, because you're going to spend, 8, 10, 24, 48 plus hours at an aid station with people. So you right away have like something real fun. Plus you just get to impact all of these runners in a way that's like really, really, you see them just directly thrive off of the food you're making them and the support you're giving them. And that's amazing. So
yeah, there's a few things that you said in that. One, go volunteer at a race.
Absolutely.
The races need you. The volunteers are what make it happen out there. I mean, the race director plays a massive part, don't get me wrong, but
you need an army of volunteers though. That's the thing. Like the race director can only do so much, and without volunteers, I mean, these races would cost obscenely high amounts of money, because how are you going to pay people to go and show up for a 24-hour shift at an aid station in like super remote 2 hours from town with like, hey, maybe we can resupply you, but like, and try to sleep for an hour if you can. Like you just can't do it. So you need the volunteers. And then the second part is like people who are runners and have connection to the community know what you're going through and are not just shocked like, oh my God, you're at mile 84. Like I can't believe that's even possible.
Right.
Like, or like, congratulations, you're almost there. Like, that's not helpful when you have 120 miles left. So, so just like being able to help people, saying like, this is what you're here for. Like, you knew it was going to be hard. Like, remember that. And you have so much time to turn it around. Like, you might have 2 more days of running, and 200. Like, just keep going. Like,
Yeah.
you knew this was going to be like this. Like, that's what you're here for. So.
Yeah, and we've talked a lot about like ultra runners running this race. You don't need to be an ultra runner to get involved with a race either.
No.
Anybody can get involved with trail running, and we need you. So if you're listening and you're like, I have no interest in running 200 miles, I have no interest in running 3 miles, but you're really good at making a peanut butter and jelly,
awesome.
We need you. Come play.
There's super high need. And there's also need for like specialized skills. So we had a great turnout from Mammoth Hospital for the medical crews, for other support roles and stuff like that. And that's what I thought was really cool about this is like Mammoth is a very small community. This is my first time here. But I met a ton of locals who were like, oh, I heard about this because Tim was my PT, or I heard about this because like a bunch of people in my little department said we were all going to volunteer as a challenge. And I was like, that's awesome. Like, and they're just kind of running around and, you know, filling up waters and, you know, helping in headquarters or, you know, but like it's all important stuff and it's stuff that needs to get done, because once you're here, you see there's literally hundreds of people here all working to support the runners. And that's amazing. That's really amazing.
So amazing. It looks like Callie Smith is getting ready to head back out. So like we thought might happen, pretty quick, very quick aid station transition at Summit 2. Heading into the dark, where she will descend down to the village.
Yeah, she's got the full like cold weather gear on too. She's got like looks like rain pants or wind pants on, long sleeves. She's got a headlamp.
Yeah, she's
Pulls
ready.
her out, like, and then her pacer too has rain jacket, rain pants too. So it's definitely cold. The conditions are going to be tough. It's been raining intermittently all day today as well. And so you're just going to be in sustained kind of wet, cold conditions. And at night, the temperature is just going to drop really quickly, especially up there.
Yeah. I'm so excited for Callie Smith. 3rd place female.
Then we'll have rounded out the podium. I know that Hillary was super excited to have the 3rd female come in as well, so that we can do it. I mean, I think the results are awesome because you have. So, how many finishers do we have so far?
10.
We've
have
got
10 finishers so
and
far.
Is she on track to be 11th?
She's on track to be 11th.
That's amazing. So you have the full women's podium rounded out in the top 11. You have a woman that got 2nd overall.
Yeah.
Rachel, and was really in the hunt for first. When I saw Rachel come through at Sawmill, I was like, oh man, she could really take this. And then with her and Tara like tearing it up in the beginning, that was really, really awesome. Like racing to see.
So rad to see.
That was so rad to see. So.
And they were running together for so long.
Yeah, yeah. Like all we could do is we had internet, so we could like refresh the tracker, and we were trying to figure out if they were actually like running together, or like who was ahead. And just seeing the 3 between Jimmy, Rachel, and Tara like up at the front, like we were so impressed with how fast they were going.
Yeah.
It was really, really incredible. So
unreal, like crazy fast 200 miler. It's wild.
Looks like she's out.
Yeah, she's out. And so with that, after Callie Smith is Helen Payne. And we actually got to see Helen Payne way earlier today. When was that? Maybe 10:30ish. I could look at the time. Let's look at the timestamp. Let's use our resources here. I was at June Mountain Aid Station at 10:02 a.m. and we saw Helen Payne come through. Helen is the one with the rad 3 braids.
Yeah.
And that was how we first identified her on the screen that we are sitting in front of. Who's the girl with the cool braids? And so when I got to see her in the flesh with her crew. They actually had these really neat shirts. All of them were wearing these Run Rabbit shirts with a graphic with a girl with the 3 braids. So
Cool.
it's like a thing.
Oh, that's
and I
super
needed
cool.
to know what it was all about.
Yeah.
So I got a chance to talk to her mother after she left, and I recorded it, and our producers are going to pull through that recording. So you just saw Callie Smith leave Summit 2. She is 3rd place female. Right behind her is Helen Payne, 4th place female. And this is her mother from 10 a.m. today. Take a look.
Did the drawing. It's Helen Payne because her name is Helen Payne, and when I gave birth I didn't realize she'd be an ultra runner and experiencing a lot of hell and pain. And the 3 braids, I think it symbolizes her 3 sisters, but she actually started wearing them because 2 braids were bothering her, and so she went to 3, and it doesn't whip around as much and hit her in the head. So it's much more. It's very functional.
And it lasted this whole time.
I know, it's looking great. So that's how it started, and then just, we started realizing, hey, this is a great way to remember Helen. So
signature look.
Yeah, that's how we learned who Helen was. Honestly, we saw the braids.
Sometimes it's hard to spot it.
Awesome.
We are having a ball. We're having a great time.
Have you crewed Helen before?
Her dad and I have crewed her on the 100s, and we are such amateurs. And then when all her friends who all actually run are here to do it professionally, they're so much better than we are. They're really, really good. They really know what she needs, and we do the best our can.
We used to be her crew.
And we called ourselves.
We were the last minute crew, better than nothing.
Better than nothing crew.
And so now they have a full-on crew.
And all these friends they love each other and take care of each other and run together.
You all are amazing.
Great work. Yeah. Thank you for this race. Her sister Rachel.
That is Helen Payne's mom, who we talked to this morning at the June Mountain Aid Station. What a cool team.
That's awesome.
I'm sitting here with Kevin Horn, who was out for 26 hours at the Sawmill Aid Station, or Sawmill Meadows Aid Station. It was a remote aid station, and he was telling us about the community out there. So thank you so much, Kevin, for telling your story.
Yeah.
We got to show a little bit of Helen's story too. Like, it's a village that has made this inaugural race come together.
It's been such an amazing experience. I'm super happy that I got to come out and support the runners, spend a bunch of time with friends, make new friends, and support a close friend of mine, Hillary Yang, who's crushing it as a race director on a super ambitious 200-miler. So thanks for letting me be on and joining you here, and glad I could crash the party a little bit.
Thanks for crashing the party.
Awesome. Yeah. Great to be here.
Thank you. Woo.
Awesome.
We're still here.
Yeah.
I don't think they didn't cut our mic, so whatever you want to do, Kevin.
I mean, we can just keep chatting here.
Yeah.
I mean, so it looks like at June Aid Station right here, we dropped off some hot food hot food stuff at June after we finished at Sawmill. And so June Mountain Aid Station is right by the base of the mountain for the June Mountain Ski Mountain down the road from Mammoth. And they've got a great setup. They got electricity. So they got a bunch of, maybe is that bacon on the griddle? I see it in the background there. They have an espresso machine.
Yes.
So talk about a nice touch here. So it's espresso on demand. It's a full, they got to do it for you. It's not just a press a button and make an espresso.
And they have syrups and stuff too, so you could have a dark chocolate
latte
latte
you can
if you
flavor
wanted
it
to.
and everything like that. And so now I'm becoming a real aid station enthusiast, and so I'm giving them a solid A+ for runner engagement. I think just the bacon aroma is going right now in the griddle. They did tell me that they popped the breaker a couple times, so I just think that's very high enthusiasm.
That's a sign of a good aid station.
We're
You're
leaving
blowing
everything
breakers.
on the table. Nothing on the table right there. And they've got a great spread. Also, Billy Yang came and dropped off some really awesome of these little fizzy drinks. They're little flavored juice fizzies that he got at an Asian grocery store in LA. And so he dropped off 100 of those things, and we got to try one. They were awesome. And so there's also little surprise and delights thing right here. And then the drive running out of June Lake, they run along the road, but like right by the lake, and the lake is just like crystal clear blue, and so that was super cool for me to go and like.
So blue.
Yeah.
I was so grateful to get to go out there today, and it just dropping turns.
Yeah, jaw dropping. It's amazing. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. So.
Yeah, because there's Gulf Lake and then June Lake. There's just like a little lake and then bigger lake, and we're in Mammoth Lakes, guys. We're surrounded by lakes.
Yeah, that's why I figured out where the lake's name come from Mammoth Lakes.
Yeah, I had Googled how many lakes in Mammoth. Mammoth has at least 112 lakes, with 5 located within the town itself. Twin Lakes, Lake Mary, Lake Mammy, Lake George, and Horseshoe Lake, and over 100 others in the surrounding area. Go back and watch day 1 of the live stream.
I wish I could.
The lakes are sick.
My biggest regret from Sawmill Meadows, we had Starlink, but we didn't set up the live stream, so we're actually like getting a lot of updates from the racers and the pacers.
Ooh, that's cool.
During the thing, we should have like had it going, but and so I want to see some of this coverage because I only got to kind of like incidentally see some of these drone shots as some of the leaders were coming down into the finish line today. But it is absolutely beautiful. When we were driving out of Sawmill, it was all like leaves changing and aspen grows. We were right in the middle of a pine grove, so we didn't actually really have any leaves. And I didn't leave the area at like 100-foot radius of my aid station for like 26 hours, so I didn't really get to like enjoy it too much. The other thing was really cool that I learned out here. So I've been learning a lot. We're going to like now go into the facts section of it.
Yes, bring it.
So they run through the glass mountains. The reason it's called the glass mountains is because there's obsidian everywhere. And obsidian is like what the stuff they make in Indian arrowheads and stuff out of. And so it's just on the ground. So when we got to the aid station, we're going to set up, there's a picnic table. It's kind of like a national forest area and stuff. There's a couple picnic tables you can camp there. And there's all these black rocks on it. I thought it was just charcoal, and I look at it, and it's just hundreds of obsidian rocks. And so one of our local volunteers that was there, Jonathan, was kind of like, he spends a ton of time in the area and was telling me all about it. And so, you know, the glass mountains directly comes from the obsidian that's in there. It just looks like grass, and you can just go and like pick up a rock and make an arrowhead if you just kind of sit there and play with it. And then he was pointing out a couple places in the mountains where it's like, oh, see that black spot? It's just like solid obsidian. And so it's really, really cool because most places don't have any access to that, and it's just all over in the road, or like everywhere in the ground and stuff like that, and you can pick up these really beautiful pieces. So that was a cool one. And then the second thing I learned is that one of the reasons that Mammoth is so protected is so special is because it's like 97% protected lands, like within 100 miles of like the village of Mammoth. And so it's all like federally owned, state owned lands, and then a lot of it's owned by the city of Los Angeles because it's like where the water comes from. So it's like really nerdy facts, but what it ultimately makes is this incredible wilderness area that very few roads, very, very few population, like there's very few like buildings, towns, private land, because it's all basically either public land that's like owned by the government, owned by municipalities, or it's in land trusts, so it can't be developed, which is just basically makes this incredible wilderness area, which is why this is like, I think, such a unique race that you can do a 200-mile race and basically be in the wilderness like for so long.
Yeah, I mean,
really hard to string together.
Insanely impressive to get the permits for that.
Yeah, so I was talking with Hillary about this today because the permit was such a long thing. There was all this stuff that was happening in the government with the Forest Service as well, and so like there was just a huge backlog of like, you know, being able to get the time and communication there. And I think like what I've heard is they've been like really great partners and stuff, but there was a lot of uncertainty until I think it was like early this summer in like May or June when they actually said, hey, we have the permits, or we have direct line of sight to the permits, we know they're going to happen. And so that was cool to see. And so it actually was maybe a little bit of a blessing because it was kind of late to actually officially open up for signups. It limited the size of the field because most people have to plan out for months or years in advance. Say, hey, I'm going to run a 200. I got to train. I got to make sure my calendar's ready. It's a big financial and time commitment and stuff like that. So just getting that from the 18 different agencies or whatever it was, and stuff like that. I know Hillary was up here like 2 weeks ago on a Monday to give a presentation to some organization of like why they should be able to hold the race and be able to do it at night because someone decided they only wanted it during the day because they thought that was a better idea. And like let me explain to you how these work.
Yeah.
Like, we can't just run during the day for 200 miles, like, so yeah, it was really amazing. I think that was, again, like, I had a little bit of part of it, tiny part for running an aid station, and I kind of got to show up to the aid station that was already planned. But that was a huge achievement in itself.
So much planning went into this. I mean, it's clear that it did, because you could not have an inaugural race be this successful without having spent countless long days and nights creating these runner manuals, calculating the splits for each aid station to figure out how long the volunteers needed to be there. And like you said, you had to open 2 hours early because the front of the pack was going out so fast. It's so hard to predict these races. You can try, and most runners, when they're trying to make their spreadsheet to figure out where they're going to be, they fail at perfectly predicting the race because stuff goes wrong. But these race directors did it. They did it.
They pulled it off. Like, it is happening. And so now it's really cool to come back from the aid station and being out in the wilderness and being here and now seeing what's going on. And it's like things are starting to stabilize. Like, there's less kind of, hey, we need like new, sets of chopsticks or whatever random request comes from an aid station to like, maybe we'll just use a fork or something like that instead.
Maybe we'll just use our hands.
So that's like also good to see. And I think, I think from the runner's perspective, it's been super smooth. And with the, hey, we don't know why we're having a lightning hold and stuff like that, if that's kind of the worst thing that happens, like, hopefully, like, knock on wood, it's smooth sailing from here. So
it's wild sitting with you, because I feel like we've had slightly opposite experiences where I've been, I don't want to say in a cave. I'm in a studio.
Beautiful studio.
I'm in a beautiful
Conference
studio.
Center, there's flush toilets around the corner.
There's flush toilets.
It's a nice perk.
There's sinks and mirrors and snacks, and it's wonderful. But you've been like out in it, interacting with the runners, and so, like I said earlier today, I got to finally go out in it and interact with the runners, and now you're in here, and so it's cool to hear the different experiences. And I'm sure as time goes on, we'll get more perspective from runners and volunteers and race directors on what their time 61 hours 34 minutes of the Mammoth 200 was filled with.
So you said you were going out pacing later, right?
I just found out. I think it's going to be early in the morning. I will do June Mountain to Obsidian again. So maybe I'll get local legend on that.
You
Just
could.
kidding.
You could. Well, that'll be awesome. I mean, maybe most efforts in the last 7 days. Because I don't know how many people will have run that twice.
I haven't actually looked at my Strava from earlier today, because I finished. We got our runner off. I got in the car. I got here. Like, I'm still wearing the clothes I ran with. That's why my hands were sticky when I first met you, because I hadn't even.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were saying. Oh yeah, I shook Jeff Pelletier's hand and I was worried it was sticky. I don't know if he's showered. He may not have noticed it.
He hopefully didn't know. He's probably just as sticky as me.
He was smiling.
So I paced and then came right back on the mic. So I think it's time for a little bit of sleep before I go back out again. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to go back out, and I'll be pacing Andrea Smith, who, she's awesome. She's a teacher. Maybe we can call in from. There's good service at June Mountain, so maybe we can call in and she can talk about. She has a ton of through hiker experience. I took a note somewhere. We'll save it for tomorrow. It's getting late.
This is on the live stream. They're still. I wonder what they're cooking on the griddle right now. I see some medical people out there.
Oh yeah, man,
they're
have the tongs
really
out now.
Extremely well staffed.
Yeah, they're full right now. I bet they're.
They probably have some runners
busy.
Inside too, because I think they can use the lodge.
Oh, the inside was nice. We used the inside for Sam Carthen, the runner I was out there with, and that was nice because he had no crew. Well, he had this like one guy who's helping him, who's amazing. Miles is like an absolute hero. It's his roommate came out and is getting him Sam through the race, and so Sam had a drop bag, and we set it up in there, and it was wonderful.
Yeah,
very convenient.
Yeah, I'm big. I think I was like, I did this awesome running adventure with some friends, and we did this cool game called Low Stake Hot Takes.
Oh.
And my low stakes hot take is that a backcountry uncrewed aid station is the best aid station. I'm plugging for Sawmill Meadows because it was awesome, but like for me, just being able to go and interact with every runner, like that's what's cool.
No, it's true. Actually, I'll tell you this story. When I ran Cocodona the inaugural year, there was an uncrewed aid station, and as I was approaching it, they had sent up a bunch of starlings.
Okay.
And if you've ever seen a bunch of starlings go up in there, it's like all these like perfect dots in a row, and you're like,
what is that?
aliens!
It's
aliens! And so I'm like coming to this aid station, I'm pretty delirious, you're out in the middle of nowhere, and everybody's chatting about aliens, and I'm like, what is happening? And it was, an uncrewed remote aid station.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to see the aliens.
That's exactly it.
Did you see any?
I mean, like,
you do live in Arizona.
I do live in Arizona. It's a little weird. So actually, I have a good story about that. So coming up here, I drove from Arizona, and there's two ways to get here. You can go one through California and kind of take the highways, boring. The second one is you can go up through Nevada, through in Las Vegas, through Area 51. So I slept in my camper van at the Area 51 truck stop and museum. It was really weird.
I've totally been there.
Extremely weird. So like I think we have a connection at this point, right?
Yeah.
Like they see me as an advocate, they know, and so like we have, and so they leave us alone, right? And that's like they're responsible for 99% of the hallucinations and stuff like that, of course. But yeah, no. In all seriousness, it was actually funny because like a lot of the runners, especially coming in deep, like they're a little woozy, and like so if you start talking about aliens, like they're like looking around, like thinking, are they here? Like, yeah.
We heard the stars were beautiful.
Absolutely
too.
beautiful. So yeah, because it's so remote out there, like public lands and everything like that, like you could see the Milky Way super clear, and so it was great because like we were just running off batteries at night, and so we just had like basically like a couple Christmas lights and stuff hanging from the thing. It's enough to see. But you just step out of the tent, you look up, and it was actually like one of the clearest like Milky Ways that you could ever see. The stars were actually beautiful, super clear night, no clouds.
I think it was just a crescent moon too, so not
Yeah, so the moon didn't blow it out, and so like just looking up through the trees, and it was actually amazing. So
that's cool.
That's I think like the real experience that like I hope runners get to do at night. I mean, when I was running again, like we had a full moon night. It was really beautiful, but there was like one section where I like turned off my headlamp because like I could just see, and I just like was like kind of like marching along, but like man, just like getting to experience the stars.
Yeah, Parley Hannon was one of our notable drops early on. She dropped in the middle of night one, and that was her experience. Actually, her and her pacer had a star moment, and they saw multiple shooting stars. They climbed into bivy sacks, and she said it was the best memory from the entire event. That she ultimately had to conclude early, but she was able to create this moment looking at the stars. So there's a lot to be said about that. And I think with that I think it's time to end this stream. We have had so much fun hanging out with all of you. I may or may not be in the studio tomorrow. I don't know. I'm still around for most of tomorrow, and then I fly out back to the East Coast. So if I don't see you all again, thank you so much for playing with me on the live stream. And Kevin Horn, thank you for keeping me company on this fine Sunday night.
Thanks for letting me join. I'm glad I could do the interview, and it was awesome to see this amazing production and that you guys are doing.
Yeah, we needed your perspective. It was really cool to hear.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, so we're going to keep some static cams up for you tonight. We have Callie Smith. Well, I think I'm just making up names right now. I don't have like... No, I'm right. There's a lot of Smiths. I feel like...
There's a lot of Callies and there's a lot of Smiths as well.
There's also
There's several people who had the same last name at check-in, and their numbers were like next to each other.
Oh, yeah.
Just for how it went.
Yeah.
And it was it's amazing.
Yes. Okay. So Callie Smith, she is on her way to the finish. You will get to see the finish line cam of that when she comes through. I bet there may or may not be audio, but I bet there's a good chance you'll get to hear her chat about her finish there. And Helen Payne is right behind her right now, and Teddy Tonelli. So there's some finishes to watch if you want to stay up all night. I highly encourage it. Thank you so much for tuning in, and Shelby Farrell and Kevin Horn signing
Awesome.
out.
Thanks, Shelby.